Colleagues, a very warm welcome to you. Apologies for the late start. We were just waiting for one of our presenters to join us, and he has now appeared on our screen, so he is with us. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the first session on day 2 of the World Trade Congress on Gender. Our session this morning will be focusing on trade agreements, bridging regional perspectives and grasping female trader insights. Before I make some brief opening remarks, I would like to introduce our panelists and also our guest rapporteur, I guess, or speaker, high-level participant, Grace Beaumont. First of all, colleagues, we have a paper on trade and gender, how gender provisions and trade agreements perceived by women who export from Chile. Colleagues, there's no better way to finding out what the real challenges are that women traders face than asking them. The work by Camila Flores and Dorotea Lopez-Giral is particularly important in providing feedback on the recent trade agreements and the provisions on gender equality that have been included in the agreements that Chile has concluded recently. We're going to be taking a look at feedback also from women policymakers, so trade negotiators and public officials. Camila is a member of the Chilean Foreign Service at the Diplomatic Academy of Chile and a student at the Institute of International Studies at the University of Chile. Dorotea is the director of the Institute of International Studies at that university. The research is the outcome of collaboration between these two institutions. Our second presenter will be joining us virtually, and I'm extremely pleased to welcome Clayton Hashveni-Vumbunu. He's going to present a paper on opportunities for gender equality in the African Continental Free Trade Area, drawing lessons from the Southern African Development Community. Colleagues, this is one of the regional economic communities recognized by the African Union, and it has a long history. Its legal instruments are broad and encompass a whole range of issues that do pertain to gender and gender equality. Clayton is a research fellow in international relations at the Department of Political and International Studies at the University of Zululand. This is in South Africa. And Clayton, you're in my home province, so I'm very pleased to welcome you this morning. Our third presentation is based on research also, colleagues, about the African Continental Free Trade Area, negotiating towards a tailor-made gender protocol under the AFCFTA. Could integrating Africa's fragmented gender chapters be the key? Colleagues, this refers to the fact, of course, that the regional economic communities, and specifically the free trade areas that have been established under a number of those regional economic communities, are recognized as the building blocks of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We're very pleased to welcome Modesta Nosawa-Adu. She's a postgraduate student at the World Trade Institute at the University of Bern. Her co-author, unfortunately, is not able to join us this morning. She is Professor Elisa Fornale from the World Trade Institute and focusing on trade issues as well. I'm very pleased to welcome Grace Beaumont. She's our high-level participant. She will provide feedback on the papers after our presentations have been made. And she is the Trade and Gender Equality Lead at the United Kingdom's Department for International Trade. And Grace has been instrumental in developing the approach to trade and gender in the recent free trade areas that the United Kingdom has concluded post-Brexit with Japan, Canada, and New Zealand. Colleagues, we're in for a very interesting set of issues to be discussed today. I think when we reflect on the role of trade agreements in addressing some of the pernicious challenges that women traders face, we realize that women still face, across the world, fundamental challenges that relate to inequalities and inequities in our economies and societies. It's important to ask then, what can trade agreements contribute to addressing some of these systemic challenges that women traders, women investors, women producers face? We know men and women traders simply start from different levels when it comes to trade opportunities. Throughout the trade value chain, women encounter challenges. We see this in Africa, for example, where the number of small scale, often referred to as informal cross-border traders, exceeds 70% at many border posts. These women traders contribute directly to development outcomes as their trade impacts not only their families, their households, but communities extending well beyond the border posts where they trade perhaps 2, 3, 4 times a day. But of course, women are also underrepresented and face challenges when it comes to the C-suites of large trading corporations within the SME community. So across the board, we have to be cognizant of the fact that women may not be able to equally access trade opportunities with their male counterparts. So the challenges women in trade encounter are perhaps just a reflection of much broader challenges that we still need to address. Access to finance, for example, remains a particularly important issue, as many women in many developing and least developed countries may not own property. So meeting collateral requirements, which are also a challenge in terms of accessing trade finance, is still a major problem. The challenges of border posts have been well researched across the world. And unfortunately, they still persist despite significant focus on improving not only customs and border management, but the broader trade facilitation value chain. The question then is, what can be done in the context of a regional trade agreement? We often hear reference to mainstreaming gender, but exactly what does that mean? It is encouraging, colleagues, that in recent years we have seen many more trade agreements, regional trade agreements, including references to gender equality. Many of those references are aspirational. Many of them are best endeavor provisions. They refer to cooperation, and while this is absolutely necessary, it's simply not sufficient to make a difference to women traders. What we need is specificity, reflecting on the particular challenges women face, and we need binding commitments. They must be justiciable. But here in Africa, for example, that's the region I'm most familiar with, is that dispute settlement is not available to private parties. And women traders who encounter challenges are then reliant upon their governments to take up and initiate a dispute on their behalf. Unfortunately, this does not happen. African governments do not litigate against each other on trade matters. And there's been no evidence that they may be willing to do that when it comes to gender equality issues. including a specific chapter or protocol within the legal instruments, the legal compacts that form these regional trade agreements, is particularly important. But I would say we should really be thinking about including provisions on gender equality throughout every chapter. A protocol or a chapter on gender can be the anchor to make sure that we provide for the effective implementation and enforcement of gender equality provisions throughout the entire agreement. But it should not be the only place in the trade agreement that we have references to gender equality and the challenges that women face. And therefore, the architecture, the design, the scope of regional trade agreements needs to reflect the importance across all provisions within a trade agreement of gender equality. When it comes to the implementation of trade agreements, we often encounter challenges associated with access to information by women. Across, again, the African continent, and we'll also hear this from Camilla, as far as Chile is concerned, getting access to information is much more difficult in many instances for women than it is for men. But only looking at the implementation phase is not enough. Indeed, women must be involved, not only informed about trade policy and trade negotiating agendas, they have to be part of the shaping process of that agenda. And every step of the negotiating process, women should be there. So there's a great deal of work that lies ahead, but we are going to have a very interesting and a very important conversation today. And it's now my great pleasure to invite our first presenter, Camilla Flores, to share with us the empirical research that she and Dorothea and their respective institutions have been doing on how gender provisions and trade agreements are perceived by women who export from Chile. Camilla, thank you so much.
Thank you, Trudy. Good morning, everyone. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the WTO staff for putting together this amazing Congress and give us the opportunity to be here and to learn from each other. I would also like to thank the people, especially the women, who helped pave the way for this Congress to take place. And without further ado, I'll start my presentation on how gender provisions in trade agreements are perceived by women who export from Chile. Now, this presentation has two parts. First, I'll give maybe three parts. First, I'll give you some context. Then I'll talk about my country's experience with gender-sensible trade regulation. And then I'll give you a brief overview on the perception of women who export from Chile. So, Chile is deeply interlaced with patterns of global demand. This means that the country is especially vulnerable to drastic changes and any shocks in the international arena. Its economic growth is highly dependent on global trade, and as you can see, it's very deeply integrated. For example, it has 32 trade agreements with 65 economies and counting. However, while the country enjoys a vast trade network, the benefits from trade and investment have not been shared by everyone. This is due to multiple factors, but mainly due to deep-rooted inequality, structural inequalities. You can see from the chart that if you compare the GDP and its Gini index, it's quite evident how unequal my country is. Now, in Chile, women participate less than men in the labor market, and when they do participate, they tend to work in historically feminized activities and are overrepresented in informal and temporary employment. And you can only imagine what the COVID-19 meant for my country. So first, it caused a 10-year setback on female participation in the labor market in 2020. And while there was an already existing gap, this was accentuated by the pandemic. You can see it as well in the chart. To this day, out of every 10 people working in Chile, only 4 are women. And in 2020, women earned on average 20.4% less income than men. Gender disparity can also be seen in the STEM field, as women remain notably underrepresented. Now, regarding Chile's experience with gender-sensible trade regulation, you will see that overall, there are 2 main ways to further gender equality through trade policy. I think this was an issue that was raised by my colleague yesterday, so I'm really happy to address this today. So, should we keep using or having gender-specific chapters in trade agreements, or should we have gender mainstreaming throughout trade agreements? The next step would be to take both. We don't really have to choose either approach. We can have and should have both. Now, regarding the history of my country, the first gender provision in a Chilean trade agreement was in 1997 in its FTA with Canada, and the first ever specific chapter on a specific gender chapter in an FTA was in 2016 with its FTA with Uruguay. Nonetheless, the inclusion, and it's very, very relevant to remember that the inclusion of gender provisions in trade agreements is very different from one another because it responds to the specific interests and backgrounds of the countries involved at the time of the negotiations. And as you can see here, not all of them have either the same language or commit to the same international commitments. To give you an overview of the perception of gender provisions in trade agreements by women who export from Chile, we conducted a study case. We gathered 20 people and interviewed them. 17 of them were women, 3 of them were men. They belong to 3 main groups: the public sector, the private sector, and academia. 19 of them were Chilean, and 1 of them was a foreigner from Colombia. They were all asked different questions, but they all revolved around 4 main topics. Specifically, the general perception of trade agreements, their perception of gender in trade agreements, of trade barriers, especially when exporting, and on how useful they perceive gender provisions in trade agreements. As you can see here, there was some consensus on perceiving gender perspective in itself positively, as well as the inclusion of gender provisions in FTAs and the use of trade policy in international cooperation. However, contrary to what has been said in this Congress so far, there wasn't consensus on the existence itself of a linkage between trade and gender, or on how useful gender provisions in trade agreements are in diminishing trade barriers. Now, one of the most interesting findings was that for women who export from Chile, there was no clear difference when exporting as a woman compared to as a man, nor when exporting to countries with or without gender provisions in their FTAs with Chile. This is mostly because gender provisions in trade agreements are not widely understood and they're not widely known by the exporting community. And as concluding remarks, you will see that to avoid reinforcing gender barriers in trade, to avoid reinforcing gender barriers in trade, adopting an intersectional and gender-lens approach within public policymaking is required, and that women remain largely unaware that all of this exists. So, acknowledging the role of gender equality as a cross-cutting issue in policymaking is not enough. It has to go hand in hand with public policies. There is an evident disconnection between Chile's action regarding trade and gender policy at the international level and the day-to-day effects perceived by its population. Also, including gender provisions in trade agreements, particularly in the dispute settlement system, can help it to become more effective. And to address these issues, I propose two main ideas. The first one is the development of an adequate traceability system capable of tracking the implementation of gender provisions in trade agreements so that we can see what is working, what is not, and what can be improved. And the second proposal is a state marketing campaign oriented at actively keeping the general public engaged and informed. Because pointing out the existing gender gaps helps, but it can also be complemented with marketing campaigns that catches the general public interest so that policymakers feel the pressure, so that they know that they need to address this issue and that they will be held accountable for the effectiveness of the implementation of these gender provisions in the trade agreements. Finally, we need to make this issue interesting. We need to make this issue attractive. We need to make it sexy. Thank you. Very briefly, I would just like to thank, or maybe not, but just very briefly, thank you to Dr. Dorotea Lopez, who helped me write my paper, as well as Ambassador Maria Carmen Dominguez, who helped me be here. Thank you. That's it. Now we can apply. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Camilla, and we look forward to exploring your proposals a little bit further in the discussions. Thank you very much. You're most welcome. Colleagues, we now invite Clayton, who is joining us virtually, to make his presentation on opportunities for gender equality in the African Continental Free Trade Area, some lessons from the Southern African Development Community. Clayton, you're most welcome. I believe you are able to share your screen with us.
Thank you very much, Lee. I hope we all hear me. Let me share my screen quickly. Okay, I hope it's now showing.
Yes, welcome, Clayton.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Trudy, once again. And I'm happy to be part of the panel looking at trade agreements and also the gender dimensions in trade.
Clayton?
Yes, hello?
May I ask you to put it on presentation mode? That can help us to see it more clearly. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you. Is it showing now? I think it's coming up. I think it's coming up. Is it there?
Perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, like I indicated, I'm looking on how the AfCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, can promote gender equality and women empowerment in trade within the AfCFTA initiative, and what lessons can be drawn from the Southern African Development Community as a way forward. So this is the focus of my presentation, and this is how I've organized my presentation. I will look at the objectives and impact of the AfCFTA in terms of the estimates. I will briefly focus on the conceptual frames and the potential impact of the AfCFTA on gender equality and women empowerment. Then I will highlight the lessons and experiences of SEDC in terms of gender equality and women empowerment in trade. Then I'll go to the recommendations and conclusion. So this is the focus or study side of my study side. I'm basically looking at SADC, the experiences in promoting women empowerment and gender equality in trade, and how that can be scaled up and perhaps be lessons that can be useful for gender equality and women empowerment within the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I think these have been some of the focus of the discussion when we talk of the AfCFTA. The African Continental Free Trade Area itself basically is a large single continental market that has been created for the trade in goods and services across the continent. The continent is made up of 55 countries, but 54 countries, of course, have signed the AFCFTA. It came into force in 2019 in May, but as we speak, 44 of the 54 signatories have ratified the agreement. This is a very good cause and also a record in terms of implementation or signatory and ratification because of the record time this has been done. But of course, we saw the slow negotiations and also the further disruption that came with COVID-19, which delayed the negotiations. Trade started on the 1st of January 2021 within the AFCFTA, but of course, we are talking of what now we expect to have more meaningfully commercial trade that is supposed to start. But when it comes to gender equality, there isn't much explicit recognition of gender equality within the AFCFTA, as we are going to discuss, but we see two references to gender as in terms of sections within the agreement itself. First is mentioned in the preamble. Then second, there are also gender provisions within the general objectives. But like I indicated, there are lessons that we can learn both from the legal instruments and operationalization of the FTA itself from what has happened within the Southern African Development Community. Now, there have been several studies that have been conducted within Africa and also outside in trying to estimate the impact of the FCFTA in terms of trade within Africa, in terms of poverty alleviation, in terms of income improvement, in terms of also how it can boost industrialization across the continent and investment. So I won't go much into this, but when it comes to intra-African trade, there's been this demonstration through a lot of economic modeling studies that the FCFTA is going to increase intra-African trade by a large quantum. Of course, we know intra-African trade has been very low when we compare it with what is happening in Europe, which is about 67%, in Asia, which is about 61%, and also North America, which is about 47%. Intra-African trade, as we speak, is 16%, which is very, very low. But there's also an estimate that FDI will also increase in Africa through FCFTA, and also that this FDI will also increase exports by about 32% by 2025, 35. Then also regional incomes, the estimates that they will be increased by 9% to 571 billion. Then also there are also estimates that there will be job creation, and more importantly, that there will be higher paying and better quality jobs that will be created through the African Continental Free Trade Area. That the estimates have been put at 18 million by the World Bank. And there is also estimates that poverty will be alleviated and 50 million people may be taken out of poverty through if this agreement is implemented fully. But there are a lot of instruments that are also within the FCFTA, which are very key in this discussion. First of all, there is this online reporting mechanism and elimination of NTBs, the non-barriers to trade. It is very important when we talk of gender because of the gender dimensions of trade and how barriers to trade, especially these non-tariff barriers, also affect women and men differently. Then there's also this PAPS, the Pan-African Payments Settlement System, which facilitates the conversion of currencies and payment of goods and services across countries. And we know how the currency convertibility issues have been a challenge. And we understand also the component of women in cross-border trade. We are going to discuss about it. Then we have the African Trade Observatory, of course, which talks about having statistics on trade and trade information under a single repository, access to information on trade, which my previous speaker was talking about, panelists. This is very important when we talk of trade. And these are instruments within the FCFTA, which we feel they are very important when it comes to issues to do with gender mainstreaming, gender equality, and promoting women empowerment in trade. Now, in terms of conjectural frames, I feel I'm not going to go much into this, but what I feel we need to understand is that when we talk of trade, we have to emphasize gender equality because issues of access to information, access to opportunities, and access to resources, they are very key when it comes to consideration of both men and women because they have gender challenges and issues, special needs and challenges. And mainstreaming gender in all the trade policies, trade processes, and trade practices is very key. I highlight trade liberalization because it comes with its advantages and disadvantages, which are also special to both men and women. But of course, I'm not going to go much into the development of gender equality movement and things like that, because I feel because of exigencies of time, we may not finish. But what I wanted to highlight is that the interests, needs, and priorities of both men and women are very key to take into consideration when we really want to ensure that we get trade outcomes and outcomes from the trade agreements in a way that we all want. There is, of course, a challenge that we have always had in terms of ensuring that the trade liberalization and trade facilitation agendas and interventions, they benefit men and women equally. The challenge has been that at times there is no equal consideration of the different roles that men and women play as economic players, as consumers, as producers, also in the economic society, as business persons in trade, and across the whole value chain. And I also want to highlight issues of formality and informality of trade. That whenever we talk of issues to do with the gender equality and women empowerment, we need also to consider how men and women form different components of informal trade and formal trade, and also of the raw economy and urban economy. All those, they contribute differently to the value chain and processes of international trade. But I wanted also maybe to indicate to the meeting and conference that whenever we also talk of gender inequalities, we need also to include, to understand how the trade-related and market-related issues to do with access to information and infrastructure within the countries and also across borders, and soft infrastructure and other infrastructure, of course, and issues to do with access to resources, be they capital, credit, and skills, how it impacts differently on men and women. Issues of border restrictions and delays, and also customs requirements and things like that. We need also to take that into consideration. Skills building and how it expands when it talks of free trade areas, when you talk of economic zones, upgrading to mechanization, how is it faring on men and women? Because when it comes to access to opportunities for skilling, access to opportunities for mechanization and things like that, there's also differentiated challenges that men and women face. But I want us to quickly focus on the potentialities of the CFTA itself in terms of promoting gender. But quickly, I'll look at the legal aspects that, like I indicated, that the preamble talks about gender equality, and also the general objectives, they talk about gender equality. But let's understand that there are other provisions outside this within the African Continental Free Trade Area, which in a way assist in promoting gender equality and women empowerment in trade. These relate to provisions relating to customs cooperation, because there is the movement of goods across borders and also at ports of entry and exit. Trade facilitation provisions, they are very key again, because they facilitate trade, which assists both formal and informal traders. And I'm going to indicate how women, most of the time, we find them across the continent, in the region in SADC, contributing more and being more in cross-border trade. Elimination of NTBs and tariff barriers, I'm not going to talk much about this, I've talked about it. And issues to do with capacity building of traders itself and how it has gendered aspects also. But let's understand, like I indicated before, that trade in itself, as envisaged by the African Continental Free Trade Area, it affects production structures. And production structures, they are made up of men and women. And we understand what will happen when we have an FTA. There's more propensity for expansion of export-oriented sectors. And what is going to happen? There's going to be more production, more exportation, probably more mechanization. And how do women and men fit in, and what are their special needs, requirements, and also their interests? Employment distribution, when you talk of low skill employment, high skill employment, and issues of skill, I've talked about it. And issues to do with how all this go down to the household level, where we see women most of the time in the African context and Southern African context, they are the ones with more responsibilities, and how all that can affect issues to do with national budgeting and go down to women as social expenditure is affected, which affect also their time when it comes to provision of social services, water, energy, and so forth, as they do that at household level. Let's look at that so that at least the presentation and also understanding of gender issues are brought to context. Now, Gender equality issues within SADC. I wanted to briefly give a background. When SADC was formed in 1980, we all know the orientation had to do with reducing dependency on apartheid South Africa. But later on, there was transformation in 1992, where it was more regional integration oriented, issues to do with the economic aspects of integration and development. So SADC has a trade liberation agenda. Of course, it is below and behind. They targeted to form an FTA in 2008, a customs union by 2010, a common market by 2015, a monetary union and single currency and economic union by 2018. It is behind schedule and very behind. However, we have to acknowledge what has been happening in terms of the progress that has been made, even if the regional organization is behind. There's been consolidation of the FTA. That's why we feel, because of that progress made towards the FTA, and we see a lot of most of the countries of SADC participating in this, except 3, of course, in the consolidation process of the FTA. There are therefore lessons that can be learned by the FTA. Then, of course, there are instruments that have been put in place to ensure trade liberalization. I'm going to make reference to this as we go, but I highlighted them as that, most of them protocols. And of course, we have the SADC vision and the common agenda. There's also RISDIP, which is the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, which puts together all the plans of economic and social and political development as one consolidated document, which is a strategic plan. Then we have, of course, instruments that are specific to address gender issues in trade and other developments. We have the policy, we have the protocol. There's also a gender unit within SADC Secretariat. There's also a toolkit that is there, developed in 2009. And also there's this gender SADC Regional Multidimensional Women's Economic Empowerment Program, ESOF, which is a long-term strategic plan. Now, this is the state of the gender analysis that we can have in SADC. That as we speak, SADC is implementing its trade liberalization, like I indicated, at the FTA level, which is being consolidated. But let's understand that SADC has the highest intra-reg trade of all the 8 regs that we have that are recognized by the African Union at 23%, which means 23% of trade within SADC is conducted between and among SADC member states. Then 2, we have to understand that women are very crucial players within these 23% that we talk about. Why? Because 70 to 80% of the informal trade, cross-border traders in SADC are women. That's a very huge number when we say 70% to 80% of the former cross-border traders are women. Then we of course have to understand number 3, that informal cross-border trade itself, it accounts for about 30% to 40% of intra-SADC trade, which is about 17.6 billion annually. This is a huge number again. Then 4, we also have to understand that women, they account for over 80% of informal trade, cross-border traders in some countries. For instance, the DRC, we indicate is 85% of the informal cross-border traders are women. Now we are saying if the bulk of informal cross-border traders are women, therefore we have to understand also their differentiated needs, their special needs, interests, and considerations. Then 4, in terms of production.
We are running out of time. Could you summarize for us in the next 5 minutes, please? Thank you,
Trudy. I'll make sure I'll consider that, and I'll very fast and quick in skipping some of the stuff. Then I wanted to give context here. Then also 5, I was indicating that in terms of production, women could contribute 60% in terms of total food production, in talk of food security and food in trade. Then also 6th, we also have to understand that when it comes to agricultural wealth, because most of the trade you understand is trade in agricultural commodities. And also we understand the gender implications in terms of the salaries, skills, and so forth, that women, they perform over 70% of agricultural work. Then when it comes to households, over 60% of the households in the trade sector are headed by single, widowed, or divorced women. This just to give context to these issues. But in SADC, what has happened? What is it that the African Continental Free Trade Area can learn? I'll be very quick. First of all, I feel I needed to highlight the solid legal instruments that underlie that imperative for trade gender connections. We have a protocol there relating to free movement of people. We have protocols on gender, transport, and communication, which also facilitate trade in services. and also a standalone protocol on trade services. Then second, SADC itself has an initiative for trade facilitation, which is called the SADC Trade Facilitation Program. Since 2016 itself, it has a lot of pillars, but there are 28 activities that are being implemented within that TFP program. Of course, with different partnerships, one of them, the EU, also included. The focus has been on issues to do with removing NTBs, standardization of trade procedures, harmonization and modernization, and so forth. There are, of course, challenges faced in that, which I'm going to discuss quickly. Then three, let's talk about the STR, also the Simplified Trade Regime Framework. COMESA has an advanced one, but SADC has made an initiative since 2017 to develop a simplified trade regime, which in itself assists small-scale traders, especially when they go through the cumbersome customs processes. Then there is also the SADC Electronic Certificate of Origin, an initiative of June 2019, which allows also traders to lodge their electronic origin status documents so that they quicken the process of border clearance. I'll be very quick again, I'm almost to the end. There is also the real-time gross settlement. Of course, this is a high-value transaction initiative of 2013, so to allow for automated interbank settlement, which I may also want to say is related to the Pan-African payment settlement system. Then we need also to highlight the flexible border operating hours that have been adopted in a number of SADC countries. And more importantly, like the bed with border post, it opens for 24 hours. There have been initiatives in SADC, for instance, to carry out feasibility studies so that some border posts can open for 24 hours, like the study that we had at the Chirundu-Wanso border post in 2013. Then also, there are some cross-border transport operations within SADC that have been developed, initiatives like the guidelines for the harmonization or facilitation of cross-border transport operations. Then also the coordinated border management initiatives, and some of them developed and perfected during COVID. Then the ASCUDA World, which is the automatic systematic data, customs data processing system. But of course, we understand the challenge that we have of connectivity in most of the countries, and the times it's always down and it's difficult to work. Then one-stop border posts and initiatives, which I feel also is gender considered. It talks about facilitating trade and ensuring that at least we have juxtaposed facilities at border posts. We talk of also capacity building training initiatives within SADC. All these, I believe, they are initiatives that the African Continental Free Trade Area can take into consideration when we want to ensure that there is promotion of gender equality and empowerment. But I just summarized the 7 aspects. I won't go much into this because we don't have time, but in a minute, I will just highlight that if the CFTA wants to ensure that there is gender equality in trade and women empowerment, there's supposed to be a robust legal policy and regulatory framework. What we have for now may not be very adequate enough. Maybe we need to introduce some solid frameworks, be they in formal policy, to assist the legal framework itself. Then we need to also, of course,
Clayton.
Thank you.
I'm going to come back to you in question time, but let's have our other presenters now. Thank you so much. Apologies.
Thanks very much, Rudy.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's now my great pleasure to invite our third presenter, Modesta, to make the presentation negotiating towards a tailor-made gender protocol under the AFCFTA. Could integrating Africa's fragmented gender chapters be the key? Thank you so much, Modesta.
Thank you very much, Trudy, for the very kind introduction. It is an absolute pleasure to be here today and to also have you moderating our session. Lolita, can, okay. I will be presenting on negotiating towards a tailor-made gender protocol under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Should integrating Africa's fragmented gender chapters be the key? And this is a research project that I worked on with Professor Elisa Fonali at the World Trade Institute as part of the WTI's Trade and Gender Research Team. So I will, for the sake of time, I will try to sum up the entire research and 5 sections. So I'll start with the introduction, and then we'll take a look at the gender considerations in the legal framework of the various regional economic communities. Then we'll take a look at how we can realize the promise of the African Continental Free Trade Area through the tailor-made gender protocol. And then we'll have our conclusion. So Agenda 2063 is Africa's blueprint and its master plan for transforming Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. It is the continent's strategic framework that aims to deliver on its goal for inclusive and sustainable development. It also encapsulates not only Africa's aspirations for the future, but Agenda 2063 also identifies some key flagship programs that can boost Africa's economic growth. The establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area is one of such flagship programs with the overarching objective of accelerating intra-African trade and boosting Africa's trading position in the global market. Quite unfortunately, although Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063 makes reliance on Africa's people, more specifically its women, a key component of this agenda, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in its current state only mainstreams gender-related considerations in 3 provisions. So the first can be seen in its preamble, the second is in Article 3, and then the third and final one is in the Protocol on Trade in Services. So although these 3 provisions provide a basis for enhancing the capacity of women to trade under the AFTA, they neither create specific obligations nor the certainty and predictability that is needed for AFTA state parties to address the unique challenges women entrepreneurs and traders face on the continent. The solution to curbing this very important deficiency laid in the decision to undertake negotiations on the Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade in February this year by the AU Assembly. So the AFTA protocol, once it's concluded, is to serve as the legal framework that guides AFTA state parties to create an enabling environment favorable to women and their ability to tangibly contribute to Africa's development. Thankfully, most of Africa's regional economic communities include gender provisions in their treaties of establishment. As a result, our team decided that with stakeholder engagements and consultations currently gathering momentum on the African continent, it was useful to take stock and assess how these pre-existing gender chapters in the treaties establishing the various economic communities and their capability to serve as a foundational tool and a guide for the gender protocol. With this objective, we sought to find out So with this objective, we sought to find out if the existing gender chapters, should serve as a foundation for building the proposed gender protocol, and if so, how the provisions in the protocol should be shaped or framed. With this background, I will proceed to sum up the entire research as briefly as I can. So now I'll take a look at the gender considerations in the legal frameworks of the various regional economic communities. The first is the common markets for Southern Africa, which is the COMESA. For the sake of time considerations, I'm not going to go in depth on the specific provisions and how their role in gender mainstreaming or addressing challenges in the specific region. So I'll just touch on some key provisions within the legal framework. So the first is the COMESA mainstreams gender in Article 24 of its framework. And so Article 24 contains primarily two main provisions. Chapter 24, sorry. So we have Article 154 and Article 155. Article 154 is basically on women in business and development, and Article 155 recognizes women as a vital economic link for development. And one of the key provisions in this chapter is the elimination of laws and then regulations that hinder women's access to credit. So next, I will take a look at the East African community. And over there too, we have chapter 22, and then we have articles such as Article 53, Article 6, Article 121, and Article 122. So chapter 22 contains provisions that seeks to enhance the role of women in socioeconomic development. And when you take a look at the ECCA treaty, which is for the Central African states, there's chapter 2 and then 18 and the key provisions, you can see them in Article 60 and 78. So specifically, when you take a look at Article 78, member states undertake to develop and define appropriate policies that improves the economic, social, and cultural conditions of women in the region. And then when you look at the ECOWAS, the ECOWAS Treaty 2, member states mainstream gender basically in Article 3, you can see Article 61, Article 63, and 82. For the ECOWAS region in Article 61, for instance, member states are required to identify and assess gender constraints that inhibit women from maximizing their contribution to regional development. So the next is the SADC Treaty, and we will take a look at, we also have provisions of gender considerations in Article 51K, and then they have a more comprehensive protocol on gender and development, and under that, we have provisions in Article 15, 17, and 18, all seeking to address challenges that women face. So specifically, Article 17 requires state parties to enact laws which ensures equal access, benefits, and opportunities for women and men in trade and entrepreneurship. They are also to introduce measures to ensure that women benefit equally from economic opportunities. So I'll move on to our next section. So under this session, we start to analyze the effectiveness of these provisions in the various regional frameworks that we have already spoken about. And so we set out to measure their effectiveness. And by effectiveness, we're looking at how gender responsive or sensitive the provisions in these frameworks were. And there are a number of indicators that measures gender responsiveness. There are individuals like Professor Catherine Coleman, who has indicated, Amarita Barry, and then institutions such as the World Bank and the International Trade Center have all put together some indicators for assessing or measuring gender responsiveness in free trade agreements. But for the purposes of our research, we adopted the framework, the gender responsive scale maturity framework that was developed by Professor Amarita Barry for the purposes of this analysis. And so we decided to adopt Professor Barry's framework because it takes cognizance of the importance of the political, cultural, and religious context of the countries involved in a particular free trade agreement when they decide to mainstream gender. And there's a lot of research on in Africa that suggests that the African countries' rich historical origins, their cultural and religious settings have great impacts on how gender is mainstreamed on the continent. If you take the Arab Union, for instance, which is an association of Islamic states in the North African region. Because of their religious settings, their free trade agreements has no gender considerations. And based on some of these peculiar characteristics, we decided to adopt Professor Barry's maturity framework. So Professor Barry uses 5 benchmarks to assess gender responsiveness. So she starts from level 1 to level 5, and 5 being the highest or the optimizing level. So for a gender chapter to or provision to progress from level 1 to level 5, it means it attains the highest level of gender responsiveness. So we run the various gender chapters in the regional economic communities within this framework, and then we outline the following findings from it. So at the first level, level 1 has indicators such as mere mention of gender, women, girls, or just acknowledgements of gender disparity on the region. And so when we run the gender chapters, we notice that all five gender chapters in the 5 agreements in our research satisfy this benchmark requirements, and so progress to the next level. And so on this level, we took cognizance of provisions such as Article 154 and 155 of COMESA. For EAC, we have Article 121 and 122. ECOWAS has Article 3, ECCA has Article 60, and then Article 51K of the SADC. So at level 2, the indicators include reference to conventions, general commitments to address gender issues. At this level 2, the COMESA Article 151A provisions met this benchmark requirements. And then the East African communities commitment to eliminate laws, regulations, practices that hinder women's access to financial assistance also met this requirement. We also have provisions such as Article 60 of the ECCAS, ECOWAS Article 63, and then SADC Article 12. So on the third, at the third level, the indicators include clearly expressed will by member parties to mainstream gender consultations and discussions to resolve conflicts. And quite interestingly, at this level, our research showed that only the ECOWAS Treaty met this criteria in its 19th chapter. So we move on to level 4, and at level 4, the gender chapters under consideration are expected to contain provisions that prescribe the establishment of institutions and procedures that provide implementation architecture for gender-specific clauses. And gender chapters containing elements from this level and the previous benchmark attain advanced level of gender responsiveness. And so under this level 2, we had COMESA Article 153, and then SADC Article 12.2a IV, where were the only chapters that met the threshold requirements. That met the threshold requirements at this level. Both treaties make provision for the establishment of committees on gender. At the 5th and final benchmark, gender chapters obtain optimizing level of gender responsiveness if they contain legal, binding, and enforceable provisions and remedies for breach. I think from yesterday, most of the sessions subjecting gender chapters and provisions to binding dispute settlement is one of the things that has run through almost all the research that has been discussed so far. So at this level, all the treaties under consideration included provisions in their gender chapters to the dispute settlements mechanisms. However, none of them contained remedies for breach of obligations in the event of non-compliance, and thus satisfy this threshold requirements at this level only partially. And so we had provisions in Article 21, 23 of COMESA, Article 27 in the EAC Treaty, ECOWAS has Article 98, ECCA has Article 98, SADC has Article 98 as well. So from the outcome of the test, it was obvious that the treaties present an opportunity for trade negotiators to build the Continental Gender Protocol. But there is, however, the need for adjustments and improvements to the provisions in the treaties, particularly in the areas of monitoring, evaluation, and enforceability of commitments and obligations if the protocol is to attain the highest level of gender responsiveness. So I'll quickly try to sum up the next session because I've seen Trudy signaling me. And so at the next session, we sought to see how the provisions in the proposed protocol could be shaped or framed in order to attain its ultimate objective of addressing the constraints and challenges that women on the continent face. But we also realized that gender inequalities on the continent is very prominent, although there are a lot of scholars that have described African countries as the pioneers in gender mainstreaming. So if these inequalities impacts on women's role, their rights, and then their contribution to economic development. And so if the protocol is to meet its objective of addressing these needs, interests, and challenges, it must contain considerations that touches and addresses these areas of inequalities. And so for the sake of time, I'm not going to go into, but there are lots more provisions that we considered, but we just decided to give a brief highlight on what we thought were the key provisions. And so for the sake of time, we'll just go ahead and talk about. So we've thought that the protocol needed to include provisions that prohibit all gender-based discriminations. And so we also believe that from our research, the COMESA treaty in Article 154B, and then even SADC Article 6 provide a great foundation on which to build this provision on. And then issues of informal cross-border trading is also key. Like Clayton mentioned, women are estimated to account for about 70% of informal cross-border traders in Africa. And informal cross-border trading accounts for 40% of trade among member countries in the COMESA and then the SADC region. So there's therefore the need for the protocol to contain provisions that seek to address barriers faced by women informal cross-border traders. The next provision is on services, and currently International Labour Organization research shows that African women dominate in the services sector, surpassing even agriculture. And so provisions addressing challenges and constraints within the services sector will be very crucial. We also move on to explicit labor provisions, which will address gender disparities in the workplace, and then more importantly, a legally binding dispute settlement mechanism. And finally, we also discussed on the need to achieve coherence with existing AFTA protocols and agreements. Women participation is impacted by cross-cutting issues, and so there's the likelihood that some of the issues may have been negotiated under phase 1 negotiations under the African Continental Free Trade Area. But more importantly, there's a high possibility for women entrepreneurs to be affected by commitments made by state parties in the various negotiations under the AFTA. For instance, under phase 1, agreements on trade facilitation, market access, safeguards, subsidies, just to mention a few, or all impact on women entrepreneurs and traders. And so this will require a gender impact assessment of key sectors dominated by women in mechanized trade. In this regard, there's the need to pay attention to the differential impact of the ACTA on women in their multiple roles as entrepreneurs, consumers, traders, and many others. And so I'll just jump to the conclusion that in conclusion, we believe that opportunities exist within the legal frameworks of the regional economic communities to provide a foundational support for the gender protocol. However, looking at the level of gender responsiveness based on the indicators, the treaties establishing the regional economic communities lack some of the basic requirements that is needed to be truly responsive to the needs of the African women. And so there's a lot more that the African trade negotiators need to do in building on these provisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Modesta. Colleagues, our time is running really fast, so I will ask Grace to move quickly to the podium and share with us her feedback on the three presentations. I do hope we can take an extra 5 minutes just for a few questions. Thanks so much, Grace. Over to you.
Thank you. And it's nice to be stood up because I actually couldn't see a lot of you over the screen. And it's also really nice to be here because I was at the Public Forum 3 years ago, kind of listening to all of these things, and to kind of now to be here in person again after the pandemic is wonderful. So just thanks to Anish and everyone for organising it. What I want to talk to you about today is, as well as reflecting on some of the papers, also thinking about the journey that we've been on in the UK. So when we had our independent trade policy, we started by saying that we wanted to learn from domestic and international approaches to take a gender responsive approach to trade. But this is a really important principle, the idea that we all have something to learn from each other. So it's wonderful for me to be sat here on a panel and to be kind of hearing from experts in the field and from learning from different country approaches. Since the start of our independent trade policy, I am proud to say that the UK has achieved a number of trade and gender equality articles and chapters in our agreements. So we first had Japan. We had a trade and women's economic empowerment chapter concluded in 2020. Then in 2021, we had an article on women's economic empowerment with EAFTA in the sustainability chapter. Then Australia, 2021, New Zealand, 2022, and I hope you kind of get the picture of where we're going. And it's been a real privilege for me to be leading negotiations in such an important area. But it doesn't stop at the chapter. And I think that's kind of one of the things we've been hearing from the panel today, that mainstreaming is key, basically. I also wanted to say in the opening remarks that Canada was mentioned. Hopefully that becomes part of our journey, just like with Mexico, India and others. We're in the process of live negotiations. But no, it's not an agreement that we have currently a gender chapter in. So I say that chapters are important, but also we need to think about with our Australia and our New Zealand agreements where we went further. And we have secured provisions in other chapters across the agreement, such as non-discrimination in the workplace in the labour chapter, diversity in financial services, supporting women in digital trade and women-owned SMEs. And that's something I will come on to slightly more as I go on. But so as of September 2022, out of 353 regional trade agreements in force notified to WTO, 101 include at least one explicit reference to gender issues. Now, this is progress, but I also hope this becomes the norm for it to be in every agreement. And I also hope that we can become more ambitious than just one provision. And, you know, as Modesta's paper shows, awareness is good, one provision is good, but that's not enough. We can all do more. And trade and gender equality is crucial for modern, comprehensive, ambitious agreements. I also hope that what becomes the norm is the way that we integrate gender provisions in a way that is evidence-driven, in a way that provisions are directly targeted and trade-related, and they lead to real tangible outcomes. So in the paper so far, it's been really interesting to hear, you know, examples, perspectives from women in Chile, and kind of that need to bridge the link between policy and treaty text, and really think about how text can be accessed by those it's intended to benefit. So for the UK, our negotiation objectives start with really simple goals, what we want to do. So what we want to do is we want to promote women's full access to the benefits and opportunities of our agreements. And of course, we have to recognise that heterogeneity of experiences. So we need to consider multiple roles, workers, entrepreneurs, business owners, and even where possible, consumers. We also want to cooperate with our trading partners. So working together, we can have a multiplier effect. We can learn from each other. We can exchange data, and we can recognise that activities can be tailored to different contexts. So for example, digital trade may become even more relevant to partners halfway around the world, like Australia and New Zealand. So that's what we want to do. Now, how we want to do this, that's been the fun part. So in the UK, we have an approach that we've developed based on 4 principles. And the first one is we want to signal the importance of gender equality, signal the importance of promoting women's access to the benefits of trade. And so within our agreements, within our chapters, we want to highlight that we have a shared commitment with our trading partners to address barriers and to make progress in this area. We also want to highlight that our work on trader and gender equality builds upon all the good work that's already been done. It builds upon the foundations of important domestic and international commitments, which will be upheld. And I know that a lot of the regional African agreements that have been discussed also have some of these things, but like referencing CEDAW, referencing the SDGs, and also for us, we like to reference the MC11 Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment as a really crucial piece of text specific to this issue. Our second principle is cooperation. So I've already mentioned that it's important to work together. And here we want to work together, we want to share information and address barriers for women in trade. We already heard some of this in Trudy's opening remarks, what some of those barriers might be. And of course, OECD has a lot of evidence, so do others on this, lack of access to finance, networks, entrepreneurial skills. And interestingly as well, women often have a perceived lack of skills. So it shows there's many ways this issue manifests. And we want to include cooperation and work with our partners to overcome this. We can also include more practical initiatives, things like promoting trade missions. And then number 3, we want to ensure these commitments are underpinned by an institutional mechanism. This really makes sure that we are able to drive the progress over time and that we are able to seek views, encourage stakeholders to participate with us, and we are able to make sure that our activities are carried out, they're not just on paper, but they're brought to life. And then the 4th principle for us, the thing that I mentioned at the start, is thematic weaving, and what we call thematic weaving, which is including gender-specific provisions across chapters where there are gender impacts or known barriers for women in trade. So I'm just going to pause for a moment and go into depth on two of those specific things where the UK thinks is really important and where we've really tried to, as I say, learn from precedent, but also go further in trying to be ambitious and innovative. So firstly, thinking about the evidence base. So noting that gender disaggregated data is a really important theme, and it's a commitment that we all made in the MC11 Declaration. This is an area where we've tried to move beyond precedent. And if you look at our chapter with Australia, you look at our chapter with New Zealand, you'll see commitments on gender disaggregated data, trade analysis and monitoring. So whilst there's evidence of emerging trends on gender equality in trade, we know that some of the statistics are out there. We know that also a gender focus is not systematically embedded within trade analysis. And obviously it's like an age-old saying, but to know we're making progress, we have to be able to measure it. So we consider that in the UK, there's 2 ways we can do this. Firstly, we want to develop and analyze gender disaggregated data. We want to fill gaps, and we want to better understand, be able to monitor to what extent women are participating in trade, whether this is business leaders, workers, or consumers. And again, it's really important to consider that analysis from those different perspectives. However, there's another element to this, and we think it's really important to ensure that women's voices and experiences are included in policy development. Therefore, we're driving the development of a social research project. We want to conduct interviews, surveys of women traders, and it's only through this collection of rich qualitative data that we'll be able to better understand women's experiences and be able to apply this gender lens to policy. So we want to ensure policies and trade agreements grounded in evidence, and this has to be both quantitative and qualitative. And this is something that we've tried to integrate into the text itself. And then the second important thing that I mentioned at the start, and I mentioned as one of our principles, and I wanted to come on to, is what we call thematic weaving. So this is, it could be called applying a gender perspective, it could be applying a gender lens, it could be mainstreaming. However it's worded, the policy intent remains similar. This means when you include provisions across other chapters of the agreement, that you enable your actions to be targeted at the areas where they have the most impact. You can keep them trade related. And also it's a crucial way of driving progress over time, because gender considerations get embedded in implementation across different chapters. So just to give one example, obviously SMEs. So where women business owners do participate in trade, they're most likely to be concentrated in small and medium-sized enterprises. But we also know that SMEs are more likely to face the challenges of non-tariff measures, fixed costs. So women, in turn, may find these challenges compounded if they face the barriers that we have all known and discussed, such as childcare responsibilities, less access to finance or skills. So female-led businesses in the UK are only 44% of the size of male-led businesses on average, which is a huge statistic that can't be ignored. So when we do think about an SME chapter, we can also think about how that can support women and owners of underrepresented groups. For the UK, our list doesn't just stop there. That's one of the precedents that existed and that we built upon. But we've included a number of gender provisions in Australia and New Zealand agreements. Services, building on the good work there. We should ensure there's non-discrimination in domestic regulation. Financial services, we should promote diversity. Procurement, labour, digital trade. We really want to make sure, and we've already heard some of the ways we can do this as well, but non-discrimination for workers, it's such an important principle if we really want that women to participate equitably. So I've said what we want to do, I've said how we want to do it, and I think it's also really important to remember why we do this. So obviously I'm here to represent the policymaker perspective, and one thing that really resonates with me is how issues can manifest differently at the micro and the macro level. So I think a lot of what's important to understand, and which we obviously talk about in these forums, but I think it's good to remind ourselves, is that these obstacles and barriers for women in trade may not be immediately evident. And just because, a woman SME owner who probably is working hard day and night might not say this specifically is a gender issue, actually when those trends start to aggregate, we can see that it's a gender issue. So one of the findings I use it all the time, I'm really struck by, is a Norwegian study that finds that the less time zone overlap a company has with the destination of its exports, the greater the gender pay gap in that firm. So when I stepped into the room of Australia and New Zealand, this was on my mind, how can women benefit from this agreement, notwithstanding that time difference? And so there may be a myriad of reasons why at the micro level things happen. And obviously we should avoid generalizing, and that is why we need the quantitative and the qualitative together. And some of this recognition, we should think about things like links with care work, disproportionate burden of women doing domestic work, caring responsibilities. In the UK, women undertake 60% more unpaid care than men. This is a pre-pandemic statistic as well. So obviously, we know that a lot worse than during the pandemic in many ways. But this is why we need to talk about and think about systemic barriers. We need to recognize that we need the qualitative information to understand women's perspectives, but we also need to consider those trends on aggregate. And then that's why we need our trade agreements, to be able to work together with our partners to be able to make progress in this area. So at the micro level, there's a trend that we can't ignore, and this is a policy question as much as a practical one. And we all have responsibility in our trade agreements to ensure that we're considering gender equality. And this means absolutely we should be pursuing chapters. We should be pursuing chapters that are signalling and that are cooperating, but also we should be applying a gender perspective across the agreement so that we can understand the barriers, we can drive targeted change in the areas that have the most impact. And I'm happy to say more in the question.
Colleagues, I haven't done very well on time management, you will agree, but these have been particularly important presentations, and I would like to thank our three presenters and also Grace for not only reflecting on what our presenters are doing in their research, but also sharing the UK's experience. Obviously, United Kingdom negotiating free trade agreements in recent years, post-Brexit, and these are extremely important experiences for us to reflect on as well. If I may take two questions, Lolita, and I see one already. A second question, anyone? But let's start with a question. So if you could introduce yourself to us and ask your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Arif Zaman. I'm sit on the board of the Commonwealth Business Women's Network. I just wanted to, very fascinating presentations. And I think, Grace, I really hope that some of the insights from many of the presentations really can be fed and funneled into some of the policy developments that we're now seeing. But I wanted to pick up on one specific area that you highlighted, Grace, which is ensuring women's voices are included in policy development. And, obviously the Chile experience, you've been at this for some time. What is the most effective way to do that? And I ask this because, we've obviously seen the various, and I know that the ITC report, for example, identifies committees as there, but I just wonder, what is the best way to do that? Is it before, during, or after? Is it monitoring afterwards? Is it working with organizations that have some kind of semi-official status, perhaps, that are recognized by member states? And how do you ensure that those things are genuinely representative? So we're not just speaking, you know, Grace, the challenge of just speaking to women in London. You know, we need to hear the voices from different parts of the country, but also different backgrounds as well. So I'd be really interested to hear about what we can do in that specific area, because my own view on this is, and I say this as a you know, as someone in, you know, that's looked at Commonwealth spaces, I think too often women's voices are not considered until it's too late. Particularly in terms of trade discussions. And that happens for a number of reasons. So I think if there's more we can do about that, and in particular, hearing from the voices of women entrepreneurs who are literally at the coalface. Okay, not women who are 3 stages removed, but really at the coalface. So I'd be interested to hear a response on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And if I could turn that to Grace and perhaps ask Camilla if she has anything to add. Grace, you have a minute to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm actually really pleased you asked, because I do think it's a really important principle. And actually throughout my time working on kind of how we're going to make our trade agreements really consider gender equality, it is the one thing that I was hearing from stakeholders was actually, well, what are you going to do about the inclusion of women's voices? So I think there's a number of ways we can do it. And you asked at which stages. And of course, I think the easy answer is all of them. In our treaty text, so there's a space for mechanisms, and in those mechanisms, what we have with Australia, what we have with New Zealand is we have written in that we want to be able to seek the views of gender experts, and we want to be able to kind of hear those voices, or hear the voices of women traders participating in trade. We also say with our cooperation activities that all activities should be carried out with the inclusive participation of women. So I think there's an element of what you put on paper is important, because obviously that shapes what you're going to do in the future. But then, of course, as ever with these things, and the points I was trying to make there is that you need to be able to keep trade agreements live. And so that means that you need to have the conversations that continue. So I think ways you can do that, I know it doesn't always include everyone, but you can start with things like roundtables. So we don't have many agreements in force yet of our newly negotiated ones, but we do have an agreement in force with Japan that has a trade and women's economic empowerment chapter. And one of the first things we did is on International Women's Day, we brought together a panel of UK Japanese women traders so that they could discuss, you know, how they wanted this chapter to be shaped, and they could discuss and share their experiences. So I think it is a really important principle. And also it's one that I realized that it won't just be policymakers that have ideas there. It will actually be kind of everyone sitting in the room. It will be your network and everyone else that might have ideas for how those voices can be fed in. And of course, the other point that is just really important for the MC11 declaration, important for treaty text in the UK, and important for everyone is data. So the social research that we're doing, you know, thinking about how we make sure we've got the qualitative perspectives as well.
Thanks so much, Grace. Camilla, would you like to add to that from your research? Thanks so much.
Of course, and thank you. Thank you for your question. The same as Grace, before, during, and after research. And initiatives like this Congress help out a lot. And also integrating in an institutional framework initiatives that will allow us the before, during, and after assessment. Because the idea, I think, one of the main challenges that we face is that today it's not really like state-wise initiatives, because that makes it vulnerable to any changes in government or political will. If you put it in an institutionalized framework, it can last longer and it can be more effective. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Camilla. Modesta, from your research, your stakeholder engagement, any lessons that we can take from that?
I think with current stakeholder engagements going on, the key lesson is how to actually incorporate the experience, to translate the experiences from the theoretical to the practical. That is the jugular in actually achieving gender equality on the continent.
Thank you so much. Do I see a final hand for a question? I do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Melissa from European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. I have a very quick question, and thank you very much for all the presentations. Grace, you mentioned that you now also have a commitment on the gender disaggregated data collection. And I was just wondering if you could share what data specifically you will collect and if this is a commitment across all trades that will now be part of the agreement. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Grace, a quick response on that one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mentioned that this is something that we've been trying to do to look at how we can go further than previous agreements, and it's something that we contain with Australia and New Zealand. I think part of what we've discussed today is that there's no one size fits all approach, and I think that's really important to remember when you're working in a cooperative space with another partner. You need to recognize that data collection systems are different, and you need to begin by discussing what you'd like to do. But in the context of those agreements, we do have tech that's really ambitious and we're very excited to be working on. And as I said, we want to make sure that that's a combination of quantitative and qualitative. So we really are at the beginning of a journey on things like monitoring. It's a really important principle, but how that looks and sounds across the whole agreement, we're still developing. But there are also the qualitative elements that we want to complement that. And that is something that I'm just really pleased to see as beginning, because I think for years I've heard people talk about data and we say it's important, whereas over the last year I've really felt that we've started to begin and shape what that looks like, and really start to bring to life those agreements. But those two chapters are not in force yet. So commitments we have, so for example, with New Zealand, we have a commitment to develop a data framework. The agreement isn't yet in force, but it's something that we will obviously be working with them on.
Thanks so much, Grace, for that. Colleagues, unfortunately, I think we do have to move on to the next session. I would like to, on your behalf, thank all our presenters and Clayton as well. I hope he is still with us, for extremely interesting, groundbreaking research. Speaking to women, absolutely important to find out exactly what challenges they encounter and how the challenges are interconnected. I think this is the point that Grace and all our presenters have also made. There's a lot of work to be done in developing countries, and certainly we're watching the new generation trade agreements that are being negotiated. The African continent, very close to my heart, what is happening there. We are in the very early stages of starting the negotiation. So if you have experiences to share with us, please do that. We look forward to a future where trade policy, trade agreements, and trade processes are truly gender responsive and which permit opportunities for all to participate and benefit effectively without women traders, without youth traders, without the other marginalized stakeholders. Trade will not deliver the benefits, the development benefits that we expect and we need. Thank you so much for your participation and look forward to further discussions with you. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome to this session in the context of the very first World Trade and Gender Congress. And let me say how proud I am to be invited to chair one of these sessions in the first Congress. The session on COVID-19. COVID-19 and the rest of the title is actually quite appealing. Looking beyond the diagnostic, finding solutions. And that's promising a lot. But let me perhaps first as a technical thing, for those of you who are not familiar with this room, you do have to use the earphones. So now I see nobody's scrambling now for the earphones, so I assume that you all have them in already. Okay, right. We're very fortunate. The organizers have put together a very, very good panel on an important topic, very important topic. In its latest report, the World Health Organization, and the latest report dates from last month, the World Health Organization estimated that 6.6 million people died from COVID-19. And there are those that say that that is a very conservative estimate. Now, it is not over yet. If you see us sitting here together without masks and without social distancing, then one might think that that this is all a thing of the past. But for those who have had the opportunity to read the Financial Times this morning, Financial Times this morning had as one of its lead articles, an article under the title, "China braces for COVID outbreaks among medical staff and migrant workers." We all remember that the pandemic started in China. Let's hope that this is not a restart. With these enthusiastic words, I come to the theme of today's session, because well, my first question after the panelists have spoken will touch upon this. It is generally recognized that women have been in their professional activities, in their trading activities, as entrepreneurs, have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is what this session will be about. Yeah. First of all, we'll talk about how women have been affected and to which extent, but we'll also look into the future. And when I say we, your panelists will look into the future. I will be somebody listening with attention. We will also be looking at where can we go from here, yeah, and how can women participate in the pandemic recovery, and how can we build resilience for the next pandemic? Because we should not fool ourselves. It may not be COVID-19 number 2, but there will be other pandemics hitting our very interdependent, globalized world. As I said, we have a wonderful panel, and I'll very briefly, because you have their CV in your documentation, very briefly introduce them and already I'll say what they will be talking about. Then I can keep my mouth shut for the rest of their part, and then I will open the floor for questions. We will start with a presentation by Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin is an assistant professor at the School of Law of the Chung Yuan Christian University, and I probably massacred the name. My apologies. I should know better because my daughter-in-law is Taiwanese. But she hasn't succeeded yet in. She will be embarrassed to see me now mispronouncing it. But you will present a paper on the role of regional governance. Regional governance in shaping trade and gender nexus policies, and in the phase of the pandemic and the recovery from the pandemic. And you will focus on the experience in the Asian Pacific region. That will be your contribution. Then we will hear from, and this will be a duo act. We'll hear from Dr. Elam and Dr. Manolova. They will present a paper that they have co-authored with colleagues at their respective institutions. Dr. Elam is a research fellow at Bobson College, and Dr. Manolova is professor of management at Bentley University. And their paper will look at responses of women entrepreneurs to COVID-19. And what I found when reading the paper, what I found really impressive is that you've actually looked at data coming from 107 countries. Wow, that's that's a lot of research. And then we have our last speaker, at least presenter of a paper. That is the other male on this panel. Yeah, Mr. Soprano. Mr. Soprano is a senior trade and gender specialist working for the World Bank Group, and he will present a paper that he has co-authored with colleagues at the World Bank Group, a paper on the impact of COVID-19 on small-scale cross-border trade by women, and then in particular focusing on West Africa. We also have a representative of the membership community, WTO membership community. We're very happy to have Ms. Edwards. Ms. Edwards is the first secretary at the Australian Permanent Representation to the WTO, where she's responsible for gender, investment, and services issues. And she will share with us some thoughts about Australia's Aid for Trade program to support women entrepreneurs during the pandemic. With that, you've heard more than enough from me. Let me turn the floor to Dr. Lin.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Taiwan, and I am right now assistant professor at Zhongyuan Christian University. And first, I would like to thank all the WTO staff that can put us together, that can we to explore the very different dimensions of the trade and gender issue. And also, I think that's very great encouragement to me, like to like a sign to me that I can to explore this issue, still continuous to explore this issue. Okay, and first I would like to thank to my law school that can to give me this opportunity to hear, because actually my semester is still not the end, so I'm also just get out from the teaching. And also when I try to start my presentation, please allow me to share my motivation behind this paper. This paper actually based on the outcomes of a policy project that I help the Taiwanese government to explore, like what the challenges, but also the opportunities for the women in the Asia Pacific region, especially during the pandemic and the post-pandemic recovery. And when I explore this project, I try to, of course, focus on the APEC, the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, and that because it also will be Trans-Taipei is a member of the APEC. But when I try to explore the project, I try to have the ideas that actually in Asia there are two major regional organizations. Besides the APEC, another is the ASEAN. Okay. So I try to think that probably I can try to do a comparative study. Why I need to do a comparative study is because I want to know if these economies in the same region will they try to respond to the pandemic and the post-pandemic recovery with the same action. Okay, that will be my initial questions. And then, here comes off this paper. And actually, I will want to highlight one finding of this paper is that the two regional organizations actually just show many experts just in these 2 days to share their view opinions that the policy actions or the response to the trade and gender issue actually is quite different from country to country and also from region to region. So when the WTO or the other international organization, they want to develop a framework for the trade and gender, probably we must to recognize the diversity of the trade and gender policy in country and in region first. Okay, and so that will be the first I want to highlight in this paper, and then yeah, that's all our panels. Thank you. And my outline actually will following the 5 parts, but I will not choose first the first part because I believe that all participants in the 2 days, you have listened to many experts and the studies just showed me how economic challenges and the gender issues in the pandemic, and also including the WTO and other international organizations just to show me that women will be the key to the pandemic and also the post-pandemic recovery. Okay. So I will focus on the other parts, especially like the response of the economy in the Asia Pacific region, and after to discover the country's response, then I will move to the regional organization, and actually that will be the focus of this paper. And also that we will show that even they have some difference of the responses in the two organization. However, they just also to identify some similarity. And I think that there will be the common place that probably will can to give some implementation to the WTO or other international organization. So that's why in the conclusion, I will to suggest some implementation that I just to export the regional governments, especially in Asia Pacific region, and one that help the WTO members that they can just to reach the consensus that what is the next step to the trade and gender. So I believe that I believe everyone here will now to familiarize to see also like the Professor Poch just mentioned before, that women actually just suffering in disproportionate the challenges during the pandemic. And actually that's the economic challenges and also the gender issue. What happened in the Asia Pacific region is very similar to the global trend, global pattern. They also just too fast that the gender inequality is even worse before the pandemic. And also the gender inequality in the unpaid working or the unpaid caring is also worsened during the pandemic. And the digital gap, even though we say that the digital technology is just bringing a new opportunity for many businesses, including women, can help a woman that can even to do the job for the full time, but they can easily to transfer to the informal economy or the informal sectors. However, not all the women really can to use the new technologies, and including the woman-led business, it also still have a huge problem to them. So the digital gap is still there and even worse. And also, as we try to see the several study before, that actually there are one correct of the women's workforce, not only in the international society, but also in the Asia Pacific region, that will be more and more women. They are willing to have a job in the trades, in the service trade. But for the trade in service, there are some service sectors that have a huge characteristic is that they are highly relied on face-to-face. It means like the certain service sectors, they are harder to adapt to the contactless environment. So that will not only to involving that how help women can really to grasp the new opportunities in the digital economy, but also it will just to remind the governments they probably need to help the industries, especially those industries relating to the service sectors, which highly relied on the face-to-face contact. They must do some transformation. Otherwise, the women workforce probably they will lose their opportunities in the post-pandemic recovery. So for those economic challenges, for the women, and what did by these countries in the Asia Pacific region. So here, let's actually, I just to use the database developed by the United Nations Development Program. Okay. And I think that is just like the director he mentioned this morning, that he tried to develop a global gender policy tracker. Yes, that will be the name of the database. And like the database, he collected almost information from the countries. They just what the policies, and even they divided these policies into the 4 groups. And they just to define these 4 groups. They probably we can just to call the gender sensitive policies. So I just use that database and just do research for those economies in the Asia Pacific region, what they did. And then I try to find out in the 4 groups of the policy. Most countries they will do is for the social protection. The social protection actually in my paper is will refer to that the government it will to provide subsidies or the support for those women, including women or the people who do jobs, or they must to have a leave for the caring. Okay, and the second, the most of the policy adopted by those countries, it will about economic and fiscal measures. And also, the policy will help a woman to fight against the violence. However, that it will be tricky that for the group of the policy that to help a woman to fight against the violence because it's very targeted for the woman. So we probably can just see like the most the governments in this region, they really to try to do something to respond and to help their people can survive during the pandemic. However, most of these policy actually not really target women, even though we can say that this pandemic responses, they are kind of the gender neutral. And of course, that we can just find some reasons for those governments because they just think more about the macroeconomic issues, because they think that they want to stabilize the social and economic order first. Then they have the more space to think about what is the vulnerable groups that they can to do to give the support. So of course, there will be some excuse for the governments why they really not to target the woman and to help the woman really to confront the difficulties, challenges during the pandemic. And another interesting is that if we further to explore that those countries, they just to create a special task force. They want to can just to ensure that all departments can to do cooperation and to face that the global economic and the public health crisis, COVID-19. And then in the special force, in the special task force, the women actually they are just to in a very, very, very low ratio. It means like in general, the gender ratio in those countries actually they probably will around the 30%. However, that will to calculate including the developed countries and the developing country. So if we just look further, that to divide those countries into developing country and developing country, we will see that developing country even this gender ratio is less than probably less than the 20%. So if we can just recall our memory that women actually, they just occupy the 70% of the caring service, including like as a doctor or the nurse or the carrier in the world. However, their voice in the policy makings of the during the pandemic, they have no place to say what they need and what kind of a policy really can help them to face that they must to balance the job and the family, and how they can just to study to protect the human, but also protect themselves. Okay, so that will be a major finding. However, that will be the general picture. Under the general picture, there still have some difference between the countries. And in my papers, I just to further to divide it into the developing country and the developing country, and just to describe these differences. Okay? And so if we will see that those countries actually what they did to help their people to responding to the pandemic actually is quite like the still gender neutral. They are not really to target that the woman's needs or woman's demands. And then we must look further about regional organization to see if the regional organization have proposed some suggestions or recommendation for those economies, say you can do more. Okay. So I try to explore and compare that the two regional organization in Asia Pacific. The first is about APEC, and the second is about ASEAN. So we can see that the two regional organizations during the pandemic, they have a true issue, or we can say they just to pass the high-level policy recommendation. Okay, so they have the general response to the pandemic, especially that will respond to like how the global crisis that to challenge this regional's development. But they also just to pass some the high-level documents that will to target the gender issue. So the first slide we can to see the ASEAN. The general response letter will including that they create COVID-19 response fund, and they also just to publish that the regional reserve of medical supplies for the public health emergency. That actually they want to ensure that the all members of the ASEAN they can just to get the enough resources that to fight the pandemic, and also they just to pass that.
You were given a
yes.
cruel 12 minutes maximum.
Okay.
You're getting towards.
Okay, I will fast. Thank you. Then, sorry. Then I will not to speak lay out item by item, but you can see that actually there are some general response. And then if you try to look at the right side, it will be response to the gender issue. And then even that in the outside that I just to calculate what is the major point. For the gender response that we can see that they will to focus on the resilience and the sustainability and the capacities, sustainability. And for the gender issue, they will focus on the social inclusion and it's interesting, human security. But for APEC, of course, they just to issue the general response and the gender. However, the gender actually they didn't to produce the new documents, new guidance. So they just to follow what they happened in the 2019. That's arena roadmap. So if we still to do the similar compared with the Asia, then we can see APEC really to focus on the trade, and for the women they will focus on the women's economic participation. So that will be a slightly different from the two regional organizations, how they respond to the pandemic. And if we want to know why they will do that, why there will be the difference, we must look back to know the background for the two organizations. So for the ASEAN, actually, they are created for the regional peace and security. For APEC, its initial mission is to free trade in this region. So actually in my paper, I want to argue that the mission of the regional organization, they will to affect the context of the gender issue. And the context if the context is different, they will affect this organization to define what is the key areas they want to focus first. Okay, so priority of this organization, then they frame the context of the gender issue, and the context will give them a direction to what they need to do for the gender. And I think that will be the difference from the two regional organizations. However, what the similarity is, these two regional organizations, they both right now recognize that the trend and gender, they must have some linkage. They must have some connections. Okay. So I think that's for what we can learn from the regional governments on the trade and gender, and also just bring some feedback to WTO if they want to develop an international standards or international framework. I think that the first step, they must to know what is the mission of WTO. And after this mission, then they must to know what is the context of the trade and gender issue in this organization. Then the WTO can decide what actions they need to do. And I think that the experiences in the Asia Pacific region, they just give some ideas. They can either to use the human rights-based approach or to eco-tech-oriented approach. That all the possible way for the membership that they can really to contribute to the trade and gender issue. So I think that will be my main finding and my arguments here, and to show you, and very welcome for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alam, Dr. Panalova, whatever order you want to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the World Trade Organization for putting together this wonderful event, and to all of you for attending it. It is my great pleasure to present a paper that is co-authored with Dr. Elam, who is here to co-present, as well as Dr. Candida Brush at Babson College and Dr. Linda Edelman at Bentley University. For those of you who might not know about our schools, these are business schools located outside of Boston. Babson College is known, among other things, for its annual and very well-received conference on entrepreneurship. And Bentley University is known, among other things, for being one of the first in the United States to initiate a Center for Business Ethics. So our paper looks at the gendered responses to COVID-19, in particular, the gendered manner in which digitization was used to enhance adaptive capacity. The motivations for the study have been reiterated throughout this conference, and this is that COVID-19, like any other crisis, is not gender neutral. And the disproportionate effect of COVID-19, to a large extent, can be explained by structural factors in that women-owned, women-led businesses tend to populate the more vulnerable sectors associated with intense competition. And these were also the sectors that were the heaviest hit by the crisis, being business to consumer, businesses in the service sector. Women-owned businesses also tend to be younger and smaller, and hence a lot more vulnerable to exogenous shocks. And because the pandemic was a humanitarian disaster, in addition to a double supply and demand shock to the world's economic system, that added the increased home care, child care, elder care demands to women. So digitization has been seen as the savior of businesses throughout the pandemic, allowing them to survive, grow, and even some of them flourish, pivot and flourish during the pandemic. However, women are faced with another obstacle in the digital divide, in that 40% of women never are offline, and more than 300 million women have access to smartphones on the internet, and fewer than 5% of the ICT entrepreneurs, information technology sector entrepreneurs, are women. All of that leads to losses that some studies put as high as $1 trillion of lost GDP for the developing world. So in this study, we were interested in how digitization can be used in enhancing the adaptive capacity of those businesses. So we are academics, and we like to put a theoretical platform to guide our research. So we looked at the concept of adaptive capacity. And adaptive capacity has been defined as the either available or latent skills, competencies, structures, processes that allow individuals, groups, organizations, industries, even entire ecosystems. Actually, it started with ecosystems because it's a term and a framework borrowed from ecology, to adapt to changing conditions, particularly hyper-competition in the economic sphere, hyper-competition, super high uncertainty. And so usually we think about excess resources, lack resources as giving some breathing room for businesses. Money doesn't hurt, having excess people doesn't hurt, having some special knowledge or learning capacity, also important for enhancing the adaptive capacity of a business. However, we are entrepreneurship scholars, and we are interested in new and small organizations. And new and small organizations, by definition, are resource constrained. And so for businesses that lack this access, lack resources, it's very critical to go outside and access, borrow these resources to enhance the survival chances of the business. So digitization historically has been looked from a purely technical perspective, but more and more its importance for the overall strategy and performance of the business has been recognized. One interesting thing about digitization is that some studies show that women actually took better advantage or better used digitization to enhance their performance during the pandemic. So that one study that we've highlighted on the slide is that while a high number of digital tools helped bring up revenues by 60%, for women in particular, it was close to 80%. So more efficient use, and Amanda will get into some more detail on that. However, it doesn't mean that the adoption of digital tools is frictionless. In fact, as small and medium-sized enterprises need support in the adoption of those digital tools, as well as in the access to new markets. So with this as a background, we have two very broad research questions that drive our research. The first one is the gendered adoption of digital tools in terms of the number, the types, some specific gender-specific challenges. So what were the tools that were adopted during the pandemic? That's one. And then the second research question is about the effectiveness of those digital tools. Were there any gender-specific aspects of how effective those tools were under different government intervention regimes? So what this multi-country study that Peter referred to allowed us to do is to take a look at the different institutional regimes in which these tools were implemented, how high, medium, low the government support for businesses was, how high, medium, low the stringency of government response was, and then look for some more complex interactions. And with that, I turn it over to Amanda to talk about the actual findings and implications. Thank you.
All right. So very quickly, this is our first dig into what was a new data set for us, the future business survey data. And we managed to identify a set of Facebook users. So this is biased towards tech people of over 40,000 business leaders. So men and women leading companies in 107 countries. And our dependent variables, we looked at 2 year-on-year sales impacts and year-on-year impacts on employments. So did you have to hire or fire people, or did things stay the same? Again, adaptive capacity for us is digitization. And we look not just at did you use new tools, but also what types of tools did you use? Why did you use them? What purposes? As well as what were the self-reported impacts and some of the challenges. And of course, we're controlling for a lot of the key factors in business research. Typically, we find that sectoral differences and differences in business size largely explain a lot of business outcomes. And of course, we also controlled for some individual characteristics. For our country level variables, we drew on 2 index measures from the Oxford COVID government response tracker. So the stringency index measure is actually 9 items, ranging from masks to distancing to different types of shutdowns and other interventions, and then also economic support, both individual and business relief. And our analysis really focused on descriptive statistics, running correlations, crosstabs, and some basic logistic, not logistic regression. I changed the DV to a scale. All right, so I'm tight on time, so I might talk too quickly. I'm sorry about that. So the sample description, just to give you an idea, again, we're talking about business leaders and we're talking about Facebook users. So these are people who, of course, are very well educated, over 70% secondary education, about 37% were women, and around 40 years of age, no gender difference there. Most of these businesses are very small, under 25. Women were actually twice as likely to have no employees compared to men. 1/3 of the businesses were actually less than 1 year old, 1/3 in wholesale retail, and only about 1/4 in what we would call male-dominated sectors. So ICT, ag and mining, to give you some examples. And then 1/4 of them actually reported having sales higher than the year before. Surprise, surprise. And about half of them, not so surprising, said that sales had dropped. We had, 9% said they had more employees compared to the prior year, whereas we had almost 30% who were lower, and almost half had increased their use of digital tools, and about 20% had decrease. So that gives you an idea of the sample. In terms of the Oxford measures, most of the countries fell into, the top 2 categories of economic support and of stringency. And I do provide a crosstab in the paper that tells you which countries are where. I'm just going to give you a really high level quick snapshot of what we found. So for year-on-year sales, we actually found that stringency, economic support, and being a female leader were negatively correlated with having year-on-year sales. And that's with the controls. So net the controls. What's interesting is when we started to control for different types of digital measures, most specifically, did you use a new digital tool? We found that the gender effect for year-on-year sales doubled, which suggests that there's a complex relationship there. And we were quite surprised by that, because typically you add the controls that explains the gender effect. We thought digitization might also help there, but it actually made it stronger. Economic support, however, was actually reversed. So when we're controlling for those digital measures, I think what we're seeing there is that those people who didn't use digital tools actually really needed that economic support to offset the losses. When we're doing regression around something like a COVID pandemic impact on sales or other outcome measures, I'll tell you one of the big challenges is that here, when we're looking at positive and negative effects, it's really challenging because we're looking at offsetting losses. So it's not as simple as increasing or decreasing. Some of the analysis is really focused on, this idea of, did you not lose as much money as you would have if you hadn't used a digital tool? So there's a little bit of complexity in this data. We found something very different for changes in year-on-year employment. Again, all negative effects for stringency, economic support, being female. I hate to say it doesn't look like from this data that the policy impacts had very much influence, but again, the complexity of offsetting losses. I think there we look at business survival, but we did here find that the gender effect was explained by the use of digital tools. So preserving jobs, it turns out those digital tools were very helpful. Economic support was reversed. When we start looking at the types of tools that men and women business leaders use, we see very different patterns. And again, I think this aligns with the sectoral differences. So for example, women were more likely to use e-commerce tools than men. And they were more likely to use those tools for communications and for advertising. But these had negative correlations with our outcome variables. Whereas men are more likely to use those tools that you would expect very large companies to use, again, where they're overrepresented, right? So the ERPs, the cloud computing and teleworking, because it's big employer firms that really needed those technologies. The customer relationship management tools, CRM tools became very important for remote interactions, and also, you know, government interaction tools. So that kind of gives you a really quick overview here. Jumping really quickly to the implications, I think the bottom line is that a lot of companies that didn't use digital tools were all of a sudden forced to figure it out, overcome cost barriers, like do it anyway, overcome any learning barriers, do it anyway. And small companies are the most likely ones to report, you know, concerns about lack of knowledge or lack of user skills or the costs to adoption. So they were really pushed over the line here. We think that one of the reasons why women were more likely to adopt digital tools than men, that's one of the correlational analysis in our report, we think it probably has a lot to do with the fact that they weren't using a lot to begin with, right? So now they are. So we think that digitization was a really important example of adaptive capacity. We think the relationship's very complex. There's a lot more to unpack here. I think that, you know, it's really important to understand that digitization really has a very limited ability to account for, you know, the systemic bias, the structural factors that really contribute to a lot of the outcome patterns that we see. And that men and women have, on average, have very distinct patterns that really align with having larger companies and more traditional sectors, or an ICT. It's the anomaly, right? ICT companies grew like crazy on average, and women aren't well represented in that sector compared to what we see in the sectors that were most heavily impacted. And, you know, and in terms of which countries had higher or lower levels of economic support or stringency, that was a little surprising too, right? This idea that stringency was consistently, the effect size didn't really change. It was negative across all the models, but economic support was influenced by digitization. So economic support was one way governments were trying to offset. But again, it still looks negative in the initial model because the overall impacts of market disruptions were still extreme, that economic support often wasn't enough to help everybody. And so I think that that's where I will end. Thank you
very much. And now for our third speaker, Mr. Soprano, floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much. Thanks to the conference organizers, and particularly to the WTO Trade and Gender Unit, and especially to my good friends Anush and Lolita for their fantastic organization and greatly appreciated invitation. Thank you very much to my fellow panelists, and congrats on their great presentations. I think they set the bar pretty high for me now, so that I not only have to keep you all awake being the last speaker, but I also need to match their really high standards. I'll try my very best. But more importantly, thanks to you all for being in the room with us today. As some of you may remember, this wonderful community of trade and gender global practitioners used to gather together on a fairly irregular basis, including in this very same building and this very same time of the year. Then COVID-19 turned the world upside down. And I think this is the first time that we gathered together all back into the room in person. And so I'll personally take that as one small, yet very significant step towards a post-pandemic and hopefully more gender-sensitive normal in the world. Coming to the impact of COVID-19, I'm here to present some new research that, together with some colleagues on the World Bank side, we did on the impact of COVID-19 on West Africa women traders. So this is our stellar team of colleagues who contributed in various capacities to this research. And this is our outline for today. I'll very briefly touch on the methodology and related limitations. I'll try and present some of the key regional findings that emerged from our work, as well as some country-specific results that might have diverged from the regional trends. And then I'll try and end with some policy recommendations. But before I get into the substance of the presentation, for the sake of context here, let me also clarify that this research was conducted in the context of the Trade Facilitation West Africa Program, TFWA. That's a multi-donor funded initiative generously supported by the European Union, USA, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and Germany, and co-implemented by the World Bank Group and GIZ, that looks to advance trade facilitation and regional integration along 6 priority trade corridors across West Africa, with special emphasis on gender. So coming to COVID-19 and gender, quick look at our methodology. We did some data collection around August, September 2020. So almost at the end of the first peak of the COVID-19 wave. And that included both quantitative and qualitative information. We conducted about 1,400 quantitative interviews with small-scale women traders doing trade along corridors in the region. And by the way, for those of you who may not be familiar with that terminology, we're talking here about predominantly non-formally registered economic operators who are typically conducted trade involving small amounts of low-value goods and sometimes traveling very long distances, as it is the case of the trade corridors that were prioritized in the context of TFWA. On top of the quantitative data, of course, we also collected qualitative information, mostly through focus group discussions that involved, of course, the traders themselves, of whom, again, many were women. And by the way, SSCBT up there stands for Small Scale Cross-Border Traders as an acronym, but then also with bus drivers and truck transporters. Why? Because some of the most interesting and dreadful implications of the pandemic on those traders revolved around transportation. And you'll see in a second why that was the case. In terms of geographical focus, like I said, the program focuses on 6 trade corridors, which you see depicted in orange lines, speaking orange as the color of the day, in that little map there. Which cumulatively connect 9 countries, and we were able to cover all of them but one, which was Mali, because of political instability on the ground that prevented our enumerators to penetrate some field locations. And in total, we ended up covering 22 sites between the border posts and in-country markets. In terms of the areas of focus from a substantive standpoint, there were 3 main things that were looked at. First, the impact of the COVID-19 on the profitability of those businesses in terms of sales and how they changed. Second, the extent to which those traders may or may have not been able to access COVID-19 related relief measures. And thirdly, very importantly, transportation implications. And then lastly, in terms of limitations of the research, I must clarify here for the sake of technical accuracy that the sample for this research was built over a larger sample that had been used a year before for a bigger survey that TFWA conducted in the context of an initial round of data collection. That subsample was complemented with additional data points for those traders that could not be reached in the context of the second round of data collection. And that's how this particular sample was built. Obviously, with the assumption, which I reckon is fairly strong, that participation in the second round of interviews was assumed to be randomly distributed. What did we find? Like I said, 3 main areas of thematic findings. In terms of the business impact, surprise, surprise, profit collapsed. On average, 42% of the small-scale traders that we surveyed reported decreases in their revenues compared to the same period, of the year before by over 50%. And there were certain countries such as Benin or Cote d'Ivoire or Niger that were more accurately affected than others. Second, very interesting, many of those constraints were obviously around access to finance issues, with about half of our surveyed traders flagging they were simply unable to pay their own suppliers because of their intrinsic ability to access finance. That in turn was probably linked to a drop in demand among their usual customers, as well as novel challenges with accessing markets in this new environment of constrained mobility linked to the restrictions that were put in place to contain the spreading of the virus. And then in terms of coping strategies, something pretty interesting emerged because a lot of traders started to diversify their income sources by trading new items and or new trading in different ways. And for instance, among other things, we observed in many countries a gradual shift from wholesale trading to direct to consumer sales, again, probably as a reflection of the fact that mobility constraints force traders to try and be closer to their direct customers. What about COVID-19 assistance? We did a little bit of research, and it turns out that the average profile of our small-scale cross-border trader, including women traders, were in principle, eligible for the various cash transfers, grants, and other measures the governments across the sub-region, just like around the whole world, passed to support their citizens and help them cope with the economic effects of the pandemic. However, there was very low awareness among these traders about the possibility to apply for this support in the first place. And in some countries, that awareness level was incredibly low. Less than 1 in 5 surveyed traders in places like Burkina, Benin, Niger, and Senegal knew about the possibility to apply for those relief measures. And even when they did know, oftentimes they did not apply, or if they did apply, at the time we collected this data, they were still awaiting for a response from the responsible entity. And that might suggest perhaps some degree of distrust that some of these traders, they may simply not be used to deal with the formal sector so much, might have cultivated vis-a-vis the institutions that was offering those relief measures in the first place. And then transportation, I think this is a very interesting area that emerged from the research. Obviously, increased transport costs was the single most challenging constraint that in the transport space, all traders pretty much denounced. Almost 90% of them flagged higher transportation costs, with women on average being hit harder. Again, probably suggesting some gender-specific challenges around transportation networks being oftentimes dominated by male intermediaries, and or women unfortunately suffering from poorer negotiation skills when it came to come up with deals with those very male intermediaries. Secondly, again, as a coping strategy, many traders started to aggregate trade. And so we saw the emerging of schemes, sometimes called groupage, which basically consisted of traders pooling resources and jointly hiring a truck, for instance, so to be able to exploit the economies of scale associated with that, and at the same time, get around the new challenge of it being now unable to move along these trade corridors with their own goods. This is something very new that was rarely seen in this space before, and that in the context of the pandemic itself emerged as a very common response, with almost 70% of the traders we surveyed offering such coping strategy as a way to react to this new challenge. Some countries were such as Nigeria were particularly fertile in that sense, others perhaps a little less. And then last point on transport-related constraints. Obviously, the moment you're changing your trade patterns because you're no longer traveling with your own goods, but rather sending someone on your behalf, you likely need to have pre-established relationship with your own buyers in order to be able to leverage that new trade pattern. And unfortunately, in many cases, those relationships were just not there. On average, only about 30% of those small-scale traders had those pre-identified buyers. Obviously, and I think that's a nice segue with the previous presentation, the possibility of these new transport dynamics also offered new chances to exploit business opportunities resulting from e-commerce, which in the space of cross-border trade isn't necessarily such a common tool to begin with. But again, the tool, while in principle available to many traders, including through the use of mobile phones or sometimes smartphones, was not always that popular, oftentimes, again, because of a certain degree of distrust that traders so used to having face-to-face interactions with their customers seem to express in relationship to this new way of conducting trade. That's the regional picture. Then I also have some country-specific findings. I won't go into the details of every single one of those because I don't want to make a spoiler here. And I still want you guys to go back to the paper and read it in detail. But just to give you some nuances, Burkina Faso, for instance, we saw a lot of income diversification with about 4 in 5 traders doing that, including many, many women, suggesting a lot of dynamism in the sector. And also frequent use of groupage, again, involving lots of women, as well as a high prevalence in the use, in the access, of mobile phones. That turned out to be also a very important tool for some governments to actually reach their citizens, including the unbanked, living in rural areas, with those very same relief measures we talked about in the previous slide. So for instance, Novici here, for those of you who are familiar with mobile money techniques, is a function that was launched by the Togolese government precisely to deliver COVID-19 relief assistance in the form of mobile money units to those citizens that, being based in rural areas and not having access to formal bank account, could only receive it through this means. We thought this was very interesting. Then in Ghana, again, a lot of income diversification, but interesting transport patterns with smaller scale traders and women resorting a lot more to motorbikes that are easily available and oftentimes cheaper than bigger trucks, while the latter being much more frequent among the larger, better established, richer traders that could aim for longer distances for the trade patterns. And then in Niger, we saw some very specific gendered impacts in the transport implications of the COVID-19, which probably are in turn related with some underlying sociocultural discriminatory norms that many of us are probably familiar with in the Niger country context. So we saw a lot of issues faced by women in terms of not only of higher transport costs, but also more challenging access to these new forms of transport, such as groupage, and new patterns, with women oftentimes more likely to resort to unofficial routes precisely because they were facing this gender-specific COVID-19 related transport challenge. That's all for the country deep dives. I'll skip a few more, as promised, and then I'll go quickly to recommendations and then conclude. There's 4 main things that emerged from this research. First and foremost, e-commerce could be a really interesting solution for people to be able to cope with mobility restrictions, such as those imposed upon them by emergencies like COVID-19. Obviously, as we all know in this room, that entails solving issues related to access to devices, reliable interconnectivity, and ICT skills to begin with. But again, we saw in some countries there might be a cultural dimension attached to it, which perhaps again speaks to some of the findings of the research that was presented beforehand in terms of this relationship between women and digitalization being somewhat complex. Second, groupage emerged not only as a very interesting solution for emergencies like this one, but also potentially as an avenue to explore for mid to longer term options and opportunities in the transport world. What we saw from the research is that whatever new scheme of aggregation emerged was typically impromptu. So people just started to organize themselves in the resourceful manner that they know very well to respond to the specific needs created by the pandemic. But going forward, we think it would be really interesting to explore some more structured transport policy frameworks that envisage specific features, roles, and responsibilities for the various actors that may be involved in these schemes. And that also entails an important role to be played by associations, including women traders associations, so that women can be effectively represented in these negotiations with often male-dominated transport intermediaries, so that we can also navigate some of the intrinsic gendered constraints that we all know exist in those worlds. Thirdly, mobile money itself obviously allows for reaching the unbanked, including rural areas, and I already mentioned the case of Novisi technology in Togo as a very interesting one. I think the new avenue that this research opens in that sense is in relationship to the possibility of using a technology like that, which is very simple, readily accessible, and incredibly cheap for governments to deliver regular services such as pensions or unemployment payments, including in non-emergency settings. That is an option that may not have been explored that deeply and that we think could be particularly interesting going forward. And then last but not least, this is a more general point related to cross-border trade facilitation, which I still think is relevant here, because obviously the moment mobility was restricted for everyone across the region and around the globe, really, including those traders, also the ability for them and their goods to clear borders became very different compared to pre-pandemic times. And those of you who might have done work in the trade facilitation space may know that in other parts of Africa, such as East and Southern Africa, dedicated schemes for simplified and streamlined customs clearance of small-scale cross-border traders do exist. They are called STR, Simplified Trade Regimes, and they have somewhat helped. They're not perfect, but they are a starting point. We do not have such thing in West Africa, although there are some national experiences that could potentially be leveraged. And we do believe that the presence of schemes like that would have probably helped in the context of the pandemic. That, combined with easier clearance of personal protective equipment, and also the very important availability or lack thereof in the case of our research of COVID-19 testing facilities, would have made for a safer border environment for everybody across the board, including women. That's all I got. Thank you very much, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion. Over.
Thank you. We're now happy to hear from a WTO member representative. Courtney, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to participate in this session and outline some of Australia's experiences and perspectives on how we've sought to support women during the COVID-19 era and are trying to build an inclusive recovery, particularly for our partners in the Indo-Pacific region. We'd also like to take this opportunity at the outset to commend the WTO, particularly Anush and Lolita and their partners for hosting this World First Congress on Trade and Gender. My colleagues back in Canberra and at the Australian Mission here in Geneva have joined some of the sessions yesterday and today, and we found the discussions very insightful and thought-provoking, and they really provide a value add to the evidence base and the policy development frameworks that we're using back home to progress some of these issues. So thanks very much to all of you for your work. It might be useful to just outline at the outset how I was just going to structure some of our remarks. First, we thought it would be useful to just provide a bit of a scene setter on how the Australian government approaches its international gender equality work more broadly. Second, we just wanted to kind of briefly run through for context the impact of the pandemic on women and specifically women traders in the Indo-Pacific region, noting that this builds on a lot of the research findings that we've already heard about today and at other sessions. Thirdly, we'll just explain how this influences our approach to aid for trade programming specifically, and reflect on some of the key findings that the research papers presented today kind of bear out in our experience in delivering gender responsive aid for trade programming. And finally, we'll just outline some of our kind of key learnings and recommendations for how to integrate gender considerations into this kind of programming, particularly shaped by experience during the pandemic and helping female traders during that phase. So just as a scene setter and for context, the Australian government mainstreams gender equality into all of its international engagement on our international development programming, as I mentioned, but also on our humanitarian assistance, foreign policy, diplomacy, security, and trade. And there's a very important reason why we do this, because we recognize that gender equality is a prerequisite for and contributor to stability, prosperity, and resilience, as we've heard multiple times throughout this Congress. So when we pivoted our development program to respond to COVID-19, we did so on the basis and the very clear understanding that women's economic empowerment is essential to maintaining and revitalizing economic development and growth. So, I mean, evidence even predating the pandemic told us that gender equality was a very powerful driver for economic growth and social cohesion. And we've heard a lot about this at the Congress already, so I won't delve into some of the statistics, but a particularly kind of powerful statistic for us was research by McKinsey, which I think was last updated in 2020, which calculates that up to $13 trillion could be added to global GDP by 2030 if the global gender gap is narrowed. So that's an important kind of motivator for us in all of this. So turning to the impact of the pandemic on women and girls in our region, in the Indo-Pacific, it's already been highlighted through the research presented today and throughout the Congress that the pandemic has had a disproportionately negative impact on women and girls. And in our region, COVID-19 has left many countries in economic crisis, and women have faced even greater economic insecurity than pre-pandemic. And this is for a few key reasons. Firstly, women are more likely to be employed by or engaged in sectors experiencing COVID-related job losses or insecurity, particularly in some of those informal sectors like hospitality and retail, which some of the panelists have outlined today. So as a specific example, businesses in our region with women as senior managers closed, either temporarily or permanently, at a much faster rate than those with men at the top. And for businesses that continue to operate during the pandemic, those owned by women faced much larger drops in revenue. A second kind of driver was that they were more likely, women and girls were more likely to be unpaid family workers or working in the informal sector. And thirdly, and this has already been touched upon today, there was a very significant increase in unpaid care and domestic work for women and girls, with obvious kind of consequences on their ability to run businesses of whatever size, remain in the workforce or continue the same hours they've been doing prior to the pandemic. So with all of this in mind, Australia has been working with governments and private sector partners to ensure that COVID-19 economic recovery strategies and programs, fiscal stimulus and social assistance packages and business response plans are responding to the very diverse needs of women in this context, are evidence-based and draw on reliable gender disaggregated data, and support women's full and equal participation and leadership in the development and implementation of economic response and recovery efforts. So I'll just outline some of our work in the Indo-Pacific and experience with some of the key kind of research findings that we've heard today. Firstly, how we seek to remove barriers to trade, particularly faced by women during the pandemic. So business costs, transportation costs, some of the opportunities presented for women by e-commerce and digital trade, and how we kind of monitor our aid for trade investments to ensure that they're tailored to the region, high quality and effective for the region, which is even more imperative in the context of women's dealing with and recovery from the pandemic. So, I mean, on kind of removing barriers to women's participation in trade, would note that the paper by the World Bank and others discusses how, you know, the business costs of the pandemic fell disproportionately on women, and this was quite acute in relation to transport services, which were affected and were not only kind of severely affected by COVID-19 restrictions, but with women facing kind of unique barriers to their use. And this aligns with our experience in the Indo-Pacific, and there are a few different initiatives that we have implemented to tackle some of these issues. One is through the Investment in Women program, which we've supported to help women-owned SMEs in Southeast Asia to adapt their businesses, to continue operating and contributing to local economic resilience while managing the impacts of the pandemic. And this has provided support to over 7,000 women smallholder farmers to link to markets and supply chains that are vital for food security. Another initiative we've been working on is the South Asia Regional Trade Facilitation Program in collaboration with the World Bank. And this seeks to support women on trade facilitation and measures to enhance their transport connectivity, particularly across Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, and Nepal. And we've had some good outcomes from this program, particularly raising public awareness of safety issues for women traders to support their trade, developing major transport corridors and logistics initiatives, which is prioritizing the needs of women based on specific value chains that have emerged before and during the pandemic. On the topic of e-commerce and digital trade, I mean, noting the paper by Drs. Mandover and Alam and their colleagues, you know, a key finding from that was that women business owners seemed to be able to better use digital tools as compared to their male counterparts to mitigate some of these adverse effects of the pandemic. And this certainly aligns with our experience in the Indo-Pacific, but has been touched upon today. Ensuring women can actually access these digital tools has been essential and a bit of a problem, given the greater access constraints they face relative to men in our region. And there are a few different initiatives we're taking to kind of tackle some of these issues. One in particular is an e-commerce aid for trade fund that we've established, which is aiming to build the e-commerce capabilities of developing countries in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. And this tackles a range of issues like access to ICT and finance, improving policy and regulatory frameworks in some of these countries, making sure that there's safe and reliable access to e-payment platforms, and improvements to kind of trade facilitation and logistics arrangements. And one kind of interesting thing about this program is it has a cross-cutting focus on gender, and was one of the first initiatives we rolled out that had this specific focus. And it's underpinned by very specific gender equality and inclusion indicators throughout the entire kind of project life cycle. So this has incentivized grant recipients to leverage the gender expertise of women organizations and development partners in country. So for example, as part of the fund's activities in Lao PDR, we had 10 MISMEs that benefited from capacity development, and 80% were women-owned, and a series of online solutions consultations that we held to support women's capacity on some of those issues I mentioned earlier were held with 48 MISMEs, and 57% of those were women-led MISMEs and traversed a range of sectors. So the kind of the outreach and the impact was quite significant. Just touching on monitoring and evaluation, only note the paper by Dr. Lin finds that, albeit in the context of her kind of comparative analysis of different regional organizations, I guess one kind of key message coming from that analysis that inclusive trade policies really need to be based on an understanding of the similarities and differences of trade and gender policies like in the region. And this has definitely been our experience, and it's even more imperative, we think, in light of the volatility that we've seen during the pandemic. So continuing to monitor our aid for trade investments is an important priority for us. And I think it's safe to say that Australia and other countries kind of continue to grapple with getting M&E to go beyond output and process indicators to really better measure outcomes. So, I mean, what we've learned through our work in the Indo-Pacific, particularly during the pandemic, is that while Aid for Trade has great potential to enhance opportunities for everyone, we really need to design our efforts consciously and deliberately to deliver on this potential, because the individual contexts of partner countries in which we work are so diverse. It's also important that we continue to focus on piloting, demonstrating and learnings, seeking to better understand how different groups of women and men and persons of diverse gender identities, in fact, will engage in and be affected by trade. And as a final point, we need well-designed and targeted response underpinned by gender disaggregated data, and inclusive stakeholder consultations, as well as robust monitoring and evaluation. So, I mean, based on our experiences, we, noting our chair's call to come up with solutions to some of these issues, we have suggestions or recommendations on how we think gender equality can be better integrated into Aid for Trade programming, made even more important in light of the pandemic and the effects that we've seen there. So we think it's really important to try and make gender equality a cross-cutting priority for all development program, rather than on like an ad hoc basis. Incorporating gender equality into consultations with partner countries from the very beginning of program design, and ensuring that the consultations are inclusive has been very important and valuable from our perspective, because it means that we're aligning to partner countries' priorities as identified in national development strategies, sector strategies, and other kind of policy priorities that they've set for themselves, and really kind of deliver, I guess, greater bang for buck. The other thing we would say is developing practical tools and guidance on how to promote women's economic empowerment and advance gender equality, and ensuring that you have those robust monitoring and evaluation frameworks are really important for measuring the outcome and building the evidence base, and supporting kind of ongoing work in that regard. The other thing is investing in gender equality and trade expertise. This provides the kind of really in-depth necessary analysis of the constraints, opportunities and risks, and to strengthen the capacity of our Aid for Trade partners to conduct this analysis themselves as well. And finally, and I know that this is a point that has been hammered throughout the conference, is collecting and using gender disaggregated data to create a baseline and to inform indicators so that progress can be really thoroughly monitored, interventions adapted as necessary over time, and the outcomes properly evaluated. So yeah, to wrap up, I mean, as we move into an era of, quote, COVID normal, Australia is now embarking on the design of a new development policy to set the long-term direction for our international development engagement, and the COVID-19 recovery is a key part of that. And as I said at the outset, we'd like to thank you for all of your work, and it forms an integral kind of part of our evidence base for this ongoing work as we kind of enter that phase. So yes, thanks again for the opportunity to present, and happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the organizers have told me that we have until 16:30, but I think with some permission, can we go slightly over time? 5 minutes, given another 5 minutes. Well, we've heard 4 free papers, 1 spontaneous contribution about a very, very important issue. Now, I'm going to open the floor for questions, but before doing that, I will abuse my chairship, manship, whatever. The following, I mean, we've all been talking, and it comes clearly from your papers, from your research, that COVID had a disproportionate impact on women. I am preparing for this this role today. I did some research, not much, obviously not as much as you did, and I came across a study that took me by surprise. It truly took me by surprise. I had no idea about this. It's a study published in January 2022 by the Harvard Gender Science Lab. And they conclude, it's a report, a study, they conclude that in the United States, COVID mortality was significantly higher among men than women. Now, my question to you is, have you come across similar findings in other areas? Is it just typically for the United States, or is it something that we also see elsewhere? And on the one hand, it's significantly higher. They were talking about up to 20% higher mortality among men than women. Now, I'm not challenging that women were disproportionately more impacted by the crisis. Yeah? But how do you? So I'm sure you have an answer, and this is going to be my question. I had many more questions, but I want to hear from the audience. Please.
Well, that is an accurate finding, and it's been documented in countries around the world. It has a biological basis. So the cells that the virus attached to, men have a higher proportion of them in the lungs. And so it led to a higher rate of disease severity, and men are also more susceptible to cardiac complications from infection. So they're the health impacts, right? That's one part of the story. Right. The other part of the story is who's out on the front lines and being exposed. And so despite the fact that women were more likely to be in healthcare and a lot of the jobs on the front lines where they were dealing with people in fairly close proximity at higher rates than men, men still had higher death rates, but that's also further complicated by age. Yeah, so that and then we get to the business impacts and the market disruptions, and that's where we start to see a lot of the gender effects. And I will note too that one of the big points of controversy actually has to do with the gender differences in caring work. I don't know if anyone's doing any deep dive research in that area. It's very hard to get data around that, but for example, in the Future Business Survey data that we're using, we find that you know, the gender gap is very small, that men were almost as likely as women to report a significantly increased family burden. Now, of course, you know, how much of that is I'm feeling inconvenience versus I'm actually doing a lot more work at home, I don't know. I certainly know some cases in my own life where the wife had to go out to work, so the husband really was carrying everything at home. But yeah, I think it's complicated, right? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any of the other panelists want to contribute to this?
Yeah, that's a very provocative question. So thank you very much, Peter, for that. And I think the case for the biological explanation of it was very eloquently made by Amanda, so I won't touch on it any further. But to me, COVID-19 is the classic challenge that will be very not appropriate to look at from just one side, which is mortality rates, right? It's very easy and very sort of distorting as a way to look at it. But then if you look at the complexity of nuances, one of it is the occupational segregation that put women disproportionately more in the front lines. None of it is the additional burden of unremunerated domestic care, which Amanda also spoke to. A third one is a startling increase in the rates of gender-based violence and other forms of sexual exploitation and abuse, which we saw absolutely devastatingly raising throughout the lockdowns. And then there is an even additional ramification, which particularly applies to the case of those women operating in remote rural contexts, like those that I was referring to in my own presentation, where the moment schools close down, it gets really bad for young girls in remote rural areas. Because from the food security perspective, oftentimes that is the place where they get the one solid meal of the day. And in terms of their prospects in the mid to longer term, the moment schools close down, young girls are disproportionately more at risk of not going back into schools when schools reopen. And that in turn triggers some horrific vicious circles of early pregnancies, teenage marriages, higher prostitution rates, HIV and AIDS spreading. So the ramifications of all of this are incredibly complex and incredibly horrific. And so while I do understand that from a strictly health perspective, the mortality statistics are the most compelling and easiest to showcase around, there's a lot more to it that needs to be said. Thanks.
I think it's clear from both of your answers that the impact is much more than mortality. No matter how important mortality is, it goes much, much beyond that. And that's what we've been talking about. Questions? The gentleman over there. Please identify yourself and ask your question.
Seguro. Mi nombre es Vladimir Pimentel, de la República Dominicana, y represento el Centro de Promoción de Exportación e Inversión. Mi pregunta es para...
Can I just ask you to give us a second, because we're now scrambling for the translation. We're looking for the right channel.
But we have translation. I can do in English, but I prefer to do in Spanish.
Please go ahead.
Gracias. Es una pregunta al panel, pero creo que Carmín y el doctor Lin podrían tal vez arrojarnos alguna luz en esta parte. El impacto del COVID, durante COVID y después de COVID, está evidentemente relacionado con la gestión de la crisis sanitaria por los gobiernos. Yo recuerdo durante la pandemia que trabajaba en el Ministerio de Economía como asesor, que estábamos vueltos locos viendo, había un grupo mirando hacia afuera que estaban haciendo otros países y otro grupo ejecutando e implementando. Y yo entiendo, por eso digo que el COVID lo que hizo fue que acercó las decisiones de política a los negocios y preparó las políticas para que los negocios pudieran a nivel internacional avanzar más rápido. Pues mi pregunta es si ese efecto, ese impacto es diferenciado por países, en el caso específico de Carmín, en función de cómo fue gestionada la crisis, porque cada país implementó acciones diferentes y por ende el efecto en la política comercial y en la inequidad de género, estoy seguro que juega un factor importante.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay. Thanks for this question. Yes, as I just mentioned before, that response by the government in response to the pandemic is different from country to country, and actually, I think that during my research, that look at several papers that should focus on the Asia Pacific economy. We do really to look at that how governments that they can to manage that the pandemic fight, and but also they want to balance with their economic growth, because probably we know that several governments they will just took the lockdown measures. However, this kind of very severe response, it will to threat the business, especially like for the movement of the goods, people, or the service. But some countries they think that they can just manage the pandemic fight to the certain ways, and like certain ways that they can to allow the society like to tolerate like a certain level of the we can say the disease, the spread, but also they can allow the business still is can be operated normally. But I think that yes, you just mentioned a very important point, like how to cooperate between the private and the public sectors. I think that during this pandemic is just to show this very important point, especially like in the APEC, that the private sectors that already to play an important role, and it also just continuing to encourage that all APEC economies, you must to consider like how to recover the business, even though I know like the COVID has not be end, but also like to allow the business that can to help not only the SME can survive, but also, for example, like for the woman-led business, and also can to survive. So I think that this pandemic actually is just to help the government like to rethink like how to produce or to propose a holistic the policy. But this holistic policy is not only to consider that the economy and the trade, but it will to consider like the social impact and also economic impact. So I think that is very important lesson from the pandemic, because like pandemic just show us that a global public health crisis is not a public health issue. It could be an economic issue. Yes. So thanks for your question. You just mentioned a very important point. Thank you.
Anybody else on that question? Please.
Le voy a contestar en español si no le importa, Vladimir. Así que le pido a todo el mundo de cambiar el canal una vez más. Muchas gracias por la pregunta. Pues la verdad, yo no soy epidemiólogo, por supuesto. La verdad es que el caso de África a mí me pareció ser bastante peculiar en tema de difusión del virus, porque hubo alguien que dijo que entre la población muy joven, la latitud y la experiencia de Ebola, pues la difusión del virus no fue tan fuerte como en otros países, como en Estados Unidos o en la Europa Occidental. Yo creo, por otro lado, que haya habido un problema de falta de datos de calidad que nos haya permitido de entender en realidad cuál haya sido el impacto del virus en esos países que están cubiertos por la investigación que acabo de presentar. Pero más allá de eso, veniendo a la pregunta, yo creo que un tema importante allá que destaca mucho a muchos países africanos con respecto al resto del mundo son tres problemas: la informalidad, la ruralidad y la fiscalidad. La informalidad quiere decir que muy a menudo no se sabían quién eran las personas y dónde estaban, o no tenía identificación, que es lo que se pedía para poder registrarse y pedir ayuda, y es lo que vimos, por ejemplo, durante mi presentación. La ruralidad hizo que en algunos casos era muy difícil alcanzarle a las personas porque estaban en contextos muy remotos, y la fiscalidad hizo que, aunque hubiera voluntad de apoyarles, pues no había muy a menudo el espacio fiscal para pasar paquetes de medidas que le pudieran acompañar. A lo largo de todo eso, yo creo que sí hubo algunos intentos, y por ejemplo la experiencia que presenté de Togo, que utilizó el mobile money para tratar de acercarse a las necesidades de los negocios a pesar de problemas de informalidad, ruralidad y fiscalidad, fue una muy buena experiencia. Pero creo que el caso de África subsahariana, incluso de los países de los que hablé, fue muy específico y representa una lección para todos nosotros, que es decir, la necesidad de trabajar sobre aquellos tres aspectos de informalidad, ruralidad y fiscalidad para estar simplemente más y mejor preparados para la próxima pandemia o epidemia, cuando sea. Gracias.
Thank you very, very much. I was given time for one more question. Yes, okay. The lady over there.
Thank you. Nadia from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you for the very interesting presentations. I have a couple of questions. You on the presentation on digitalization, you mentioned that one of the reasons in your discussion for your findings might be because women had not adopted technology before, and that's why you saw a big increase, in women adopting technology. In some of our work, we found that the case is that those who were more prepared for technology adoption in some way were able to use digitalization through the pandemic much better. So I wonder if you were able to control for that, for the level of adoption, or whether they had prior technology adoption, obviously being Facebook users is some, but whether you were able to control for that or see some impact on that. And Carmen, thank you for your results. We've seen some qualitative observations, but now having the hard numbers is really helpful. On the mobile payments that you've mentioned, did you see anything relating to currency conversion? Because that is not well enabled for mobile payments, but I wonder if you saw any solutions from the traders being able to adapt to that currency issue. Thanks.
Thank you. These are two very specific questions and also addressed to specific people. Please.
So very good point, but no, we did not have a measure that we could draw on for that. However, I will say that other research, for example, from the Connected Commerce Council that found the 80% mitigation against revenue loss for women compared to 60% on average, that was particularly true for older women. And that's, again, when you get this idea of who's a little more reluctant to actually make those changes. And I think it's probably really an important point, who was prepared to go after those changes, or honestly, from an entrepreneurship standpoint, who was, if not prepared, well connected with others who could help them make that transition rapidly. I'll tell you the one thing that was really underutilized or not well addressed in policy responses to the pandemic is the network function. So in earlier research that Tatiana and I did right out of the gate in May 2020, we found that entrepreneurs were most likely to learn about resources from other entrepreneurs, not from universities, not from governments, not even from their accountants, literally from each other. And so that's something for everyone to think more carefully about. And I think that's something that could really help the rurality and the informality issues as well.
Thank you.
And from my side, thanks a lot, Nadia. That's a great question. First of all, I openly admit we did not look in that particular issue in the context of the survey, but for the sake of the discussion here, I think there's two separate issues that belong to it. One is currency conversion, as you rightly said, but the other one is software compatibility when it comes to cross-border mobile money payments. Now, in terms of currency conversion, likely most of the countries that were covered use the West African franc. So even if we did not look into currency conversion issue, I would not anticipate major troubles faced by cross-border trader women traders in terms of using the same currency across countries and members of UEMOA, the West African Economic and Monetary Union. On the other hand, I think the issue of compatibility of cross-border mobile money payments in terms of software compatibility is certainly a very interesting area for all of us as practitioners to look into, including for countries such as Ghana and Nigeria that are not member of that monetary union. Over.
Thank you very much. All that is left for me to do is to close this session. I mean, we could go on for much longer. I'm sure you have more questions. I have more questions. But in 5 minutes, the next session will start in this room, and the people that are sitting here then will not forgive us if we don't clear the podium. Let me, on behalf of all of us, I think, thank the participants in this panel for excellent presentations and the insights that they gave us in a very important issue. Thank you. Session closed.
Red. Okay, red works. Hello. Good afternoon. It's late in the day. My name is Pierre Sauvé and I'm an alcoholic. No, no, sorry, wrong meeting.
That's later.
Actually, I took a bet with someone in this room that I would actually say this, and I've just won 20 Swiss francs. In this country, you'll do anything for extra income. Things are so expensive. No, it's a great pleasure. My name is Pierre Sauvé. I'm from the World Bank Group here in Geneva. And it's a real pleasure to be moderating this session. The last one of the day. There's still energy in the room, I hope. Of course, I would like to echo the thanks that many of my predecessors have addressed to the WTO for organizing this very rich path-breaking event, for creating an epistemic community that is taking shape. And it's very nice to see things happen this way at origin. So this is a very historic moment. And of course, the World Bank has been a foundational member of the WTO Gender Research Hub. And so it gives me great joy to see this work coming together so nicely. So kudos to the gender trade team for their fantastic work. Gender is a very central issue to the work of the World Bank, as you can imagine. We work on gender-related issues from virtually every angle of our work. In all our global practices, we try to embed a gender lens. We have created regional gender innovation labs that conduct experiments in specific regions, because we understand and appreciate how gendered outcomes differ across geographies, across cultures, across religious communities. And so there are very big differences that we have to be alert to, and we try to do so and do also comparative analysis across regions. Many of you will be probably familiar with our flagship publication, Women, Business, and the Law, which is an annual publication that chronicles a horror story of egregious forms of discrimination, but it also chronicles some steps forward, some progress that we're making through transparency by shining a light on practices that have no reason to exist in 2022. And so the work we do through this report and through other work that we do tries to really document, to provide evidence on issues where evidence is often lacking and where we sometimes perhaps hide behind easy slogans that are not underpinned by legitimacy inducing evidence. And so that's a very important gap that we try to fill. Today, in this panel, I felt that the name of this panel should be Trade and Gender Not Elsewhere Classified, because it's a bit of a strange panel. It's got 3 papers that don't really have a fil conducteur, if I can say so, although 2 of them I could say perhaps are closer, sort of distant cousins, if you want. And then a 3rd paper that is out in left field on a very different topic. The first 2 topics we're going to address today, the first 2 papers we're going to hear about, are really about the issues of voice and agency. And how do you acquire agency? How are you able to actually help shape policy agendas and outcomes and processes and so on? And agency is impossible without voice. And to have voice, you have to have a listening chamber. You have to have a space where that voice carries, is heard, is deployed. But you also have to have voice, you need expertise and knowledge and capacity building. To have a voice that carries, to have a voice that has legitimacy, especially on issues that are technically complex in trade. you don't improvise expertise. And so there's a very nice nexus between the spaces that we try to create in democratic societies for policymaking to be informed by different stakeholder views. And it's the role of government, it's the responsibility of government to listen and to decide at the end of the day. And it's also the responsibility of governments and of international organizations like the World Bank, like the WTO and others, to play a role in also socializing the knowledge that is necessary for debates of this type to be informed, to be anchored in evidence that is credible, to be anchored not in slogans, but in facts. And so voice and agency, I think, are very important. And therefore, we're going to hear a first paper from our friends from the Dutch Gender Platform and Women in Developing Europe Plus. How do I pronounce your name, by the way?
Gia.
No, I mean, I think I knew, but your surname?
Meijers?
Meijers.
Yeah.
Okay. Dutch names, you know, you can embarrass yourself very quickly if you're not Dutch on a podium. But that sounds pretty simple. Okay, so the first paper is on women rights civil society groups and how they have progressively shaped trade policy narratives in the EU. A very interesting paper. If I were to grade your paper, I used to be a professor. I hope I will be after I retire. I will retire soon, probably 20 minutes after this panel, if this continues. I would give you an incomplete, because the paper I was sent was incomplete. But I think it was you who sent me overnight the complete paper, which I was able to skim through very quickly. So hopefully we can have a full discussion, because I was yearning for your actual completion of the analysis. What is your view actually of the effectiveness with which women's rights groups and civil society voices are progressively shaping EU approaches to trade and gender? So without further ado, Gea and Dewey, you will be sharing the podium, and so I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Pierre, and thank you for pointing out that we are the odd ones out, as well as the incomplete paper. I hope after our presentation you will be triggered to read the full paper as it is finished.
I will, I promise. I promise.
Perfect. All right.
You know, an incomplete is not failure. It's just I give you a bit more time to finish.
I love that positive thought. Thank you very much. I hope this doesn't go off my time. Anyways, okay. So our paper is on including women's rights, civil society in EU trade policy, as Pierre just mentioned. And I won't introduce ourselves again, because that was very well done. But I do want to point out one thing, and that is that we are representatives of civil society. So that's just a remark. I also want to point out that the paper wasn't just written by me and Gea, but also by our amazing co-authors, which are listed here: Kim, Paulina, Ben, and Lucia. So good question. Why did we research this? So why did we research the meaningfulness of women's rights, civil society participation in EU trade policy? As civil society representatives, we undertook a multi-stakeholder research into the EU trade policy civil society mechanisms, as they have built up exemplary experience with the transparent inclusion of civil society and other stakeholders. So then the question is, why is it so important to include women's rights civil society in trade policy development, implementation, and evaluation? If we genuinely want policies to be gender responsive, it is important to understand the different roles that women have in the economy. During this conference, and in gender chapters in trade agreements in general, we have focused a lot on women as traders and producers. But we must not underestimate the impact of free trade on the other roles that women have as workers, consumers, taxpayers, and as users of public services. I will give you an example that a great thought leader on this issue, Fatima Kelleher, mentioned during a keynote speech during one of our events. Women are the primary users of public services and infrastructure and comprise the majority of workers in the public sectors, namely health and education. Secondly, in general, women and girls are the main providers of unpaid care work when public services are cut. We have seen that EU free trade agreements foster an opening of service markets, leading to privatization of public services. To understand and to overcome the challenges of the differentiated impact of trade on women, it is important to speak to women in all their diversity and to speak to them themselves. Which is why we decided to assess the critique that civil society organizations have on the level of meaningfulness in engaging in consultative process in EU trade policy. So I know the slide says the explanation of the research method, and I will not bore you with the full research method, but what is good to know is that we try to get multiple perspectives. We've conducted interviews with women's rights, civil society from the EU and from partner countries, civil society organizations that are part of domestic advisory groups, which we will later come back to. And we interviewed EU members of parliament, as well as executing organizations hired by the EU to conduct impact assessments in the partner countries. There you go. We've assessed multiple theories on citizen participation, but to be able to constructively assess the mechanisms of the EU, we have used the ladder of participation, which you will see here on the screen by Arnstein. I will not go into too much depth, but just to give you a short explanation, level 1, which is categorized as non-participation, assumes a passive audience that takes in information and that information may be partial or constructed. The second level is tokenism. People are given a voice, but no power to hold institutional power holders to account. And the third level is citizen power, where decisions are made in partnership and power is equally distributed. And now Gea will say something about the findings, which will be new to appear as well.
Thank you so much. The European Union has, like many other countries, of course, informal engagements with civil society. That's not something new. For example, what is commonly used is the engagements with European Parliament members and with representatives of civil society. What the European Union has established really structurally is also really structural engagements with civil society, with business groups and trade unions to different structural mechanisms. For quite some time, there have been trade civil society dialogue meetings and online consultations that really have a wide reach of input that is given. All European-based non-governmental organizations that are registered in the Transparency Register can join these spaces. So it's very open and transparent. In the consultations for the sustainable impact assessments, the EU has is taking regularly efforts to include also different stakeholders in partner countries. And finally, in the past decade, the European Union has introduced a new mechanism, which is really for its monitoring of trade agreements with partner countries, which is the domestic advisory groups, which is a space for different stakeholders, for trade business groups, business representatives, trade unions, and civil society organizations from Europe and from the partner country to really monitor the trade agreement, and especially on aspects as labor rights, environmental standards, and now also gender equality. So this is kind of the framework that we assessed. And then coming back to our main question, so we asked ourselves, what kind of participation do women's rights civil society or civil society in general have, given these structural mechanisms? And from our interviews, using this ladder of participation by Arnstein, we can conclude that civil society organizations the participation is seen as a tokenism, which means that there is participation, there is voice, but it is not usually leading to a really visible or direct impact or direct change in the policy. However, all of our respondents, and it's also confirmed by the research that we looked into, really say that this is still very valuable input, and especially that it is a way of exchanging information and a form of creation of feedback loops. So that means that civil society is able to bring the information that it is sharing in these spaces back to partner countries, back to governments, back to their civil society and other spaces, so that information can really be shared, can be further discussed. And similarly, civil society can be the ears and eyes on the ground, bringing back direct experiences, direct knowledge, direct expertise into these more high-level spaces in which they can bring forward these recommendations and experiences. So this is a really kind of the general dynamic that is happening. And what we also found is that each representative of civil society or trade unions, also the European Parliament that we interviewed, was able to give one example of where the impact, where there was a direct impact from civil society to their contributions. And the most impactful example that was shared with us was with voluntary dispute settlement mechanisms in the Trade Sustainable chapter of the EU-South Korea Free Trade Agreement, in which the panel of experts made in 2021 recommendations regarding unionizations and joint collective bargaining on behalf of trade unions. And this was also adopted by the South Korean government, that this was now more accepted. And this was also an example of really a good strategy of civil society working together really from the ground up, from partners in the country itself, but also working with business representatives. It was led by trade unions. So it's really an example of an inclusive and a long-term coalition, and an example of how you can really data-driven wise have impact on policy. Then back to gender equality. We must conclude sadly that women's rights organizations are still largely absent of the structured mechanisms, with some notable exceptions, including ourselves, our organizations. Women's organizations in Europe do take part in all of the mechanisms, but not in the domestic advisory groups. Their participation has provided additional attention, expertise, and information that has helped shape to improve trade policy. And notably, we have contributed a lot to the European Parliament resolution on gender and trade agreements in 2018, and we are following up current developments. For partner countries, it is important to mention that women's rights organizations are kind of asked to also give feedback into sustainable impact assessments. It was also shared that often the input is much more limited compared to other groups, especially, of course, business groups. So there are definitely barriers and gaps in involving women's rights organizations and women's rights perspectives in trade mechanisms for trade agreements. So legally, the articles in the current EU trade agreements allow for an inclusion of gender equality. At the same time, they also limit what can be done in terms of the gender lens. So, for example, the most recent concluded agreement that was with New Zealand, Australia, and other country. It includes different gendered ILO conventions, number 100 and 111. But, for example, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination on Women, that is ratified by, so many countries in the world. It's much more difficult to really give this a legal structure or legal base in dispute settlement, even if it is voluntary. So there's a legal constraint, but what we also found across our interviews is really that there is a gap between women's rights groups, including women's business groups and policymakers in terms of the spaces where they could really maybe meet and exchange. And that one of the key challenges is building inclusive networks with women's rights civil society, and in which institutional participants indicated that they mostly used networks that they were familiar with and didn't often were able to really reach out to other networks and groups.
So I will speak a bit about the recommendations that followed from these findings. I will highlight a few because, as Pierre said, our paper is much more comprehensive. So just a few highlights. I think from what you also heard from Gea, the first recommendation is mostly on the moments to engage civil society in trade policy processes. There's a lot of focus on the evaluation stage of the policy, which is understandable because that is where most evidence on impact, most evidence can be collected. But you actually want to be a step ahead, which is why one of the recommendations is the engagement of women's rights civil society should be implemented at all stages of trade policy development, implementation, and of course also evaluation. Secondly, the examples of the consultative mechanisms that we also list out in our paper indicate that collaboration between policymakers and civil society is very important to the EU. However, for structural inclusion of women's rights civil society, there's a need for institutional structures that foster accessibility and transparency in consultative processes. And lastly, to speak to that accessibility, it is important to focus on the reach. Structural engagement of women in all their diversity and in all their different roles in the economy requires an active outreach to the communities. So those are a few of our recommendations. And I would like to end our presentation by saying that we want to thank the WTO, of course, for this opportunity to constructively work together with academics, policymakers, and civil society on trade that works for all. We would welcome the opportunity, of course, to continue this collaboration to ensure the incorporation of different perspectives. Okay, so lastly, I hope you allow me for this last paragraph. To conclude this presentation, I would like to quote something that I heard during a presentation yesterday from Alanika from WISE Nigeria, who said that there is no better person to provide a solution than the person who has experienced the impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for presenting your your findings, which I had not been able to read in the version that I was sent. So this is a very rich paper, which I very much recommend, both because it has a very nice theoretical framework, and also because it aims to provide some concrete guidelines on how to strengthen what is already, from reading your paper, a quite rich ecosystem of consultation in the European space. But of course, the issue of trade and gender is a relatively new topic. You know, we're still very much in learning by doing mode. We're very much in learning by doing mode in terms of the empirics of measuring impacts, of developing impact methodologies to do evaluations. We are still, I think, held back by a poverty of data that really holds back our ability to be credible across a full range of metrics that would give legitimacy to policy positions. A topic that is new, almost by definition, breeds precaution. It's human nature. And it's therefore not surprising that some of the provisions on trade and gender are typically couched in soft law, best endeavors, aspirational, what some would consider rather weak provisions. This is not the first time that we observe this. We saw this in early earlier with provisions on labor standards and environment and so on. And then we see progressively a capacity with comfort levels in policy circles rising to migrate issues from soft to hard law with enforcement. And so that's a journey, no doubt, that we will see occur also. And we're already seeing it in the GATS outcome on domestic regulation negotiations. So I think, we have to always, when we talk about these issues, including what is the optimal architecture of stakeholder consultations, bear in mind that all countries at all development levels are struggling with the best way to actually shape policy positions on issues that we don't fully comprehend. I remember earlier in my life when I was working in the GATT Secretariat, that's how old I am. I was a GATT Secretariat member, and I was here at the very beginning of the Uruguay round. That's how old I am. You remember the Uruguay round? It was in the 20th century. And I was working on services, and this was a completely new topic. Nobody knew what are we talking about? How do we even define trade and services? And there was so much precaution that was embedded in how we went about negotiating the GATS and produce an agreement that is underwhelming in many regards, because never been there, never done that. When you do something for the first time, you're rarely an expert. So I think that is the kind of humility that we need to have, but also have the resolve of saying, in 5 short years since the Buenos Aires Declaration, the path that has been traveled is phenomenal, quite remarkable. And so I think we're on a dynamic journey that is one that I see filled with reasons to be optimistic. I had issues with your paper, not with your paper, but with the methodology of Arnstein of saying, essentially the process we have in Europe is tokenism. To me, it's a rather negative term. There are different senses of tokenism. Like there's the objective reality that I am the token male in this panel. There has to be one male, no? Otherwise, we're not gender diverse. But tokenism in policymaking, I think, honestly, if you look at the whole ecosystem and the fact that it's imperfectible, it's not clear to me why women's groups are not involved in domestic advisory groups, for example. Is there a legal hurdle that prevents that? It seems to me, it's more than tokenism, but at the end of the day, you cannot have citizen power in the prosecution of trade agreements and trade negotiations. At the end of the day, it's the responsibility of governments who conduct intergovernmental negotiations to arbitrate. But it's their responsibility in democratic societies to make sure that whatever positions they take is informed by broad stakeholder consultations. But at the end of the day, governments choose, and sometimes those choices don't please you. And you have voice in voting against that government at the next election. That's the benefit of being in a democratic society. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. The second paper in this panel is very different. It's essentially a capacity building tool, innovative one, promising one, I believe, that has been designed to help implement the trade and gender protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Not yet agreed, the protocol, not yet in force, but already we are, some people are thinking creatively about how to help countries think about how to implement, how to assess progress in implementation, and presumably also think about how to monitor compliance and measure outcomes of the protocol. And the paper has been written by 2 co-authors, Amrita Bari, who is an assistant professor at ITAM in Mexico, and who is also the WTO co-chair for Mexico in the WTO Academic Chairs Program that I have the great pleasure of participating in as a member of the advisory board, together with Nadia Hasham, who is a trade policy expert at UNECA, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa's African Trade Policy Center. in Addis Ababa, although she doesn't actually live there, but she works for that center. So I believe both of you, Amrita and Nadia, are going to share your presentation. I look forward to your talk, and you have the floor for 12 minutes.
Great. So let me get started, and then I'll pass the floor on to Nadia. Thank you so much, Pierre. Nadia, could we share the slides?
They're coming up.
Great. Excellent. Pierre, please start counting the 12 minutes from here onwards. Okay, so we'll now move from civil society participation to business stakeholders participation. And today in this presentation, Nadia and I will present to you a new framework that can help countries build their capacity to negotiate trade agreements with a more inclusive lens. We will first explain the rationale. We'll then move on to what the new framework is all about. We'll share a few reflections on research methodology. Then Nadia will get into the nuts and bolts of this framework and the key lessons we have learned when we tested this framework early this year in Nairobi. So the rationale. Gender mainstreaming in trade agreements is the new buzzword. We're all talking about it. And I'm sure after this wonderful conference that the Trade and Gender Unit has put together, it would become an even bigger buzzword, which would trend all across. So the narrative of trade agreements as they're traditionally understood is largely changing. And this changing trend in trade negotiation creates a real need to strengthen a dialogue between public officials and their businesses. This public-private exchange is crucial during trade negotiations to ensure that these negotiations lead to inclusive as well as informed trade agreements. And this claim of ours is based on three precise reasons. First, private sector can play a significant role in drafting international norms through negotiated policy instruments. And they often have the required information, evidence, and experience that can then inform the trade negotiations, but then they may not be well equipped to convey their needs to policy audience and thereby inform the negotiation process. So going back to the point that Pierre was mentioning about the voice and the agency, there might be a voice, but if the agency is missing, that there's a disconnect. Second reason to support the claim is that the private industries and companies are generally the key beneficiaries and victims of trade policies. And hence some form of public-private coordination in the very conduct of trade negotiations is embedded in the nature of such agreements. And third, trade negotiators are often not aware of the specific barriers faced by women in their various economic roles. And as a result, they can face challenge in identifying or even negotiating provisions that directly correspond or address the barriers that women face in their respective countries or in different industries. And this disconnect can be avoided if these stakeholders can engage together in well-structured, streamlined consultations, keeping a common goal in mind. So for these reasons and beyond, efforts are needed to create a channel of communication between them, before, during, as well as post negotiations. And this interaction, public-private interaction, is even more important for developing countries to overcome the capacity gap that they face in trade negotiations, as they can benefit from the inputs coming from their private sector. With trade negotiations becoming more and more complex, with the addition of various non-trade issues on board, it is only fair for us to say, I would say, as Pierre mentioned a while ago, to talk about capacity building efforts before we can expect several countries, especially developing countries, to start assuming gender commitments in their trade agreements, because this is a very new terrain we are trying to explore. So there are clear benefits of public-private interaction during trade negotiations, and that brings me to my second point. We have, if we can change the slide, we've carried out an assessment of existing methodologies, as well as sort of negotiating strategies used by different regions. And based on this assessment, we have prepared a first of its kind framework, which we call as PXA framework, which seeks to foster public-private dialogue during trade negotiations. Now, what is PXA? It is a three-staged framework where P stands for progress and problems, X stands for experience, and A stands for application. So what are these three phases all about? Well, Nadia will get into details, but the focus in the first phase, the P phase, is on identifying the problems and challenges that negotiators face in trade negotiations and business stakeholders face in accessing market opportunities. So because the problems and the nature of these problems could be very different for trade negotiators on one hand and for the business stakeholders on the other hand. The focus in the second phase, the experience phase, is on letting the industry and policymakers exchange regional global practice experiences relating to the negotiations in line with their concerns and challenges regarding the ongoing negotiation which is at hand. And the focus in the third phase, the application phase, is on assessing how the experience, which we have discussed in the second phase, can be applied to overcome the problems and challenges that we have identified in the first phase for policymakers as well as for the business stakeholders. And the intended output of all these three phases is a set of concrete recommendations that can be considered for negotiations of trade agreements and its supplementary instruments, such as a protocol. And finally, a word on research methodology. We have used a triangulation of research methodology, where we first started with literature review, what is available out there on trade negotiations. We then carried out group discussions and semi-structured interviews to engage in empirical research. Thereafter, we engaged in content analysis of all FTAs currently in force to look at the nature and scope of gender provisions in them. And finally, we carried out a review of available methodologies on gender and trade policy, such as the EU Sustainability Impact Assessment, Canada's Gender-Based Assessment Plus, and the Mexican Cuarto a Junto approach, which in English could be translated as the room next door. So now I'll call upon my co-author, Nadia Asham, who will now get into the nuts and bolts of this framework with you. Nadia, the floor is all yours.
Thanks, Amrita. So I'll give you some of the details of the framework, but I want to also give you an example of how we have applied it, so that way I can explain more of the details and get into the real meat of it. So as Amrita mentioned, we have three stages. Initially, we start with the progress and the problems, and this gives us a chance to really look at where we have come so far. So we're not starting from zero. We're looking at what has been addressed already, and we're looking at what the remaining gaps are. And this also, I think, allows the conversation on barriers that women are facing in trade to be structured and to have a space for it. But it allows us to have that as the first stage setting and then build on that and move beyond that. And what we ended up having here is also an engagement of stakeholders who've worked on this issue before. And so that way we can build on the existing work being done. We're able to look at what's already being addressed in the trade agreement at hand, and also give an idea of what we can expect from trade agreements in terms of addressing these types of issues. And then we move on to the experience phase, where we look at the experience that industries are having, that the private sector has in terms of trade agreements, and in terms of the effectiveness of some of the possible provisions. Have they been working? What's not working? What is working? And how can we improve that? We also look at what is the sub-regional experience so far, and this is relevant particularly in the African context, which we'll explain. And what's already existing in those agreements. And you've heard today that the African region has quite strong provisions in many cases. And then we look at the international experience and what are some of the provisions we might find internationally that and that could serve as a basis for looking forward. I should also mention that the framework is mirrored. So we have a version for business stakeholders and we have a version for trade negotiators and public sector. So that way we can do this in parallel with both stakeholders, and I'll come to that. And in this stage on the experience, we're able to have experts engaged here. And with experts, we get a better understanding of what is the evidence so far, both on the existing provisions and on their effectiveness. And we can also look at some in this stage different formats in terms of workshop formats, for example, where we would have we would have groups actually discussing the effectiveness of some of these provisions. And then on the application stage, we now look at applying the experience to the gaps that we would have raised. And so we look at where we are so far, what's still missing from the perspective of the negotiators and public sector stakeholders. What have we learned from this that we can carry on to the negotiating table? And from the private sector, what can we then advocate for? And this also helps with other stakeholders as well to understand what are the areas for other stakeholders to come in and support. In this aspect as well, we would also have a workshop format. We have an interesting discussions about understanding some of the recommendations that are appropriate for the level of trade agreements versus some of the recommendations that are appropriate for the level of implementation and national policy. And I think that has been very fruitful in the pilot that we had. We also have discussions about prioritizing some of those recommendations. And I also want to mention that some of the tools that we use in operationalizing this are, for example, questionnaires. And we have questionnaires that we employ first at the beginning for public sector stakeholders, for the negotiators to understand where their pain points still are. And then at the end, we have also questionnaires for the public sector and for the private sector to understand what they have learned and where we can go from here. And this helps us structure the conversation a little bit as well. So now going into actually applying this, we did apply this framework in Nairobi in a workshop with both public sector and private sector stakeholders, and we kind of ran them parallelly, which was an interesting experience. We had Kenya's chief trade negotiator there. We had also public sector stakeholders from Kenya, but also from the East African region. We had, for example, parliamentarians from the East African community. We had the private sector represented as well by women's business associations, but also other private sector associations and alliances. And we also had cross-border traders. We also had experts and other partners that have been working on this issue. So we did this in partnership with the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, with UNDP and UN Women, who have previously worked on this issue. And as I mentioned, being able to engage those stakeholders and those experts was critical here. They presented the existing research and evidence on the barriers that women face in trade. So we weren't, again, starting to have that conversation from zero. We were aware now of what has already been done in terms of documenting those barriers. And then we were able to have a more constructive conversation going forward about what can we learn from what's working and what's not working in addressing those barriers. I would also say we learned that having experts there is critical to be able to translate the feedback coming from the private sector into the appropriate language and policy solutions for the public sector stakeholders. So having experts there was critical. Amrita did a great job of, that capacity building aspect that we're talking about, which really features in all three sections of this framework. We were able to look at with the public sector, what does it mean to mainstream gender in trade agreements? And then we were able to look at, with the public and private sectors, the practice experience, I should say, because we don't yet know best practice. We don't have enough evidence, but practice experience from what's happening globally and sub-regionally. We were also able to then have that constructive conversation about what's appropriate for the level of a trade agreement versus implementation, as I mentioned. And I think that's a learning that's come out to be quite critical. And we were also able to speak with public sector on how to assess had to assess the various provisions on the table and how they might go about addressing those in a trade agreement. So some of the things that we were able to see as well in terms of the practicalities, it's about 2 to 3 days that we're proposing here. We think that it's important to have the private sector engagement ahead, because then that then allows us to plug into the public sector with the recommendations from the private sector. We also were able to be quite flexible, I think, in employing this framework, which was helpful. We were able to, adjust depending on how the conversation was going. The tools were very helpful, but we did face some limitations in terms of the evidence of understanding the effectiveness of existing provisions. And I think that is to be expected. But at least with the experts, we were able to make some of that translation possible. We also had some interesting exchanges between the public and private sector. So the combined approach was interesting and relevant in that, for example, the question of public procurement was quotas was brought up, and we were able to have a discussion between the public sector and the private sector on the fact that the quota exists, but why was it not effective in some cases? And that allowed us to then be more precise in our recommendation on what might come out of there. And also what we did in this case, interestingly, was to have that really strong capacity building component for the public sector on gender mainstreaming in trade policy and in trade agreements. And I think we did focus on the business stakeholders, we focused on women in business, but we could also think about engaging more of the large scale private sector. We had some of them, but we could think about engaging more of the large scale private sector to capture the employment side as well. On the limitations of this methodology, we have a couple. One is the lack of the organized private sector. I think this one is understandable. This varies by country. Entry points to the private sector for women in trade are a challenge. We had an interesting discussion at the WTO Public Forum on how different countries approach this, so we could have some solutions there, but also the ability of that private sector to speak to the policy level then again underscores the need for capacity building. There's also an element here of creating private sector expectations on what might come out of a trade agreement in terms of addressing those barriers that they're presenting, which again we added to the framework. So we adapted that to the framework as well to help that understanding. Of course, as I mentioned, this does focus though on women in their entrepreneurial roles. So that is a focus of this. Then we have a couple of other limitations. One is the threat of private capture, which in public-private dialogue might be dominated by certain private sector interests, and of communication, which, lack of transparency might limit the willingness of the private sector to be able to participate or to be willing to share those barriers with the public sector in terms of the transparency of the trade negotiation, and then that leads to limitations on the effectiveness of that evidence and of the policy. So final thoughts, this is part of a larger toolkit, I think, that negotiators can use and that public-private sector dialogue can have. We think it's necessary in this case, especially given, as we said, the novelty of this and the complexity of the issue. We think the framework has shown that we can have this facilitated dialogue complemented by this capacity building aspect, and it's a critical component. We also learned, as I mentioned, that distinguishing between what's appropriate at the level of trade agreements and desirable at the level of trade agreements versus at the net level of national implementation was helpful to set the right expectations and provide some concrete insights and concrete recommendations. But of course, there's scope for more research on the effectiveness of existing provisions. And as I mentioned, we're focusing again on the role of women as business stakeholders, but we are certainly open to more feedback. So very interested to hear from all of you, and we'll adapt the framework, of course, with future applications. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you for a very interesting presentation. I sit on the editorial board of two leading journals in international trade, the Journal of World Trade and the Journal of International Economic Law. And so I often review papers for publication. And even though your paper is not really an academic paper, it's much more of a policy toolkit, a very practical one. If it were to be considered as an academic paper, my reaction would be revise and resubmit. which is, the thing you hate you hate receiving a letter from the editor of a journal saying, please revise and resubmit. It means we're very interested in the paper, but it still needs some improvement. And the improvement that I would really encourage you to think hard about is exactly the last bullet you made. And it relates to a point that Dewey made in her presentation about the multiplicity of roles that women assume in society and the multiplicity of ways in which trade affects them. And of course, here the focus is specifically on business to government relations and how to foment a dialogue between those two stakeholders. But as you yourself mentioned, why would the possible negative consequences of industry capture be any lesser in firms that are owned or run or managed by women? And are those interests that are expressed by entrepreneurs, by owners of companies, necessarily representative of the best interest from a development, from a welfare perspective of women in the country more broadly? And so I think it's really essential to think through. I think the methodology is very flexible, and therefore to think through how the PXA framework could be applied to women as employees, and therefore look at the range of labor market related considerations that weigh on women in exporting versus non-exporting firms in sectors where there is foreign ownership as opposed to domestic ownership, and so on and so forth. Labor market outcomes are very, very different across sectors and across countries for a host of reasons. And so it would be interesting to reach out maybe to trade unions representing industries in which women tend to predominate. I also think you need to reach out to women as consumers, as head of households. And it may well be there that the interests of industry clash with the interest of consumers, the interest of industry being more to protect rents in production, as opposed to the interest of consumers, classic trade policy dilemma of saying we need to look at the basket of goods that women and households consume and see how trade can actually bring prices down and increase human welfare. So from those perspectives, the really interesting question is maybe just have a few more pages in your paper, in your toolkit, that fleshes out this idea that women are multiple in their realities, and therefore this framework has to think through the multiplicity of channels through which trade affects women's economic empowerment, but also women's economic welfare and that of their families. Because I think, as was said yesterday, when female economic empowerment becomes a reality, there are very, very powerful social externalities, educational externalities that benefit society as a whole. So we have to think through beyond, I would say, just the relationship between governments and entrepreneurs. But most of the programs we have internationally, for example, the She Trades program at ITC, great program, but it focuses specifically on this narrow prism of entrepreneurs. And I think my call here is to broaden the perspective as much as possible. I'm abusing my privileges as moderator. I apologize for that, but who cares? I'm close to retirement. I don't care. And what I'm saying makes a lot of sense. No, I mean, at 6, at 5:45 after a long day, you have to try to, mix it up a bit. We have one more paper, a fascinating paper on a topic that is very dear to my heart, because I have spent the bulk of my career thinking about trade and services, negotiating trade agreements and services, bemoaning the fact that services negotiations are a bit of a nightmare because so little is achieved, so little liberalization is secured, and yet services are at the core of modern societies, and services are where women predominantly are employed, is predominantly where they own and manage firms. And therefore, from the perspective of women's economic empowerment, promoting trade and services, harnessing the ability of trade agreements to shape the structural transformation of societies that is occurring naturally. All of our economies are becoming more service-centric over time, and that process of structural change opens up all sorts of opportunities for women, not only in the digital realm, but in many other sectors. But it also raises very significant challenges across sectors and across modes of supply, as your paper very clearly shows. So this is, again, a co-authored paper by Dorotea Lopez from the University of Chile with an undergraduate student. I'm really impressed. Antonieta Sepulveda, the youngest presenter in this conference, turned 21 yesterday. Amazing. Amazing. If you were a stock, I would buy you. Very promising young scholar. So Antonieta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for the kind words and for the applause. I would like to thank the World Trade Organization for allowing me to be here. As an undergraduate, it's a huge honor to be here today. And I hope I can come here many times more in the future or that you can employ me. Okay, let's get it started. Well, as Pierre said, our article is in trading services and gender. And I'm really excited to talk to you about this because throughout the Congress, we haven't really heard about this topic, which is really relevant. So let's get it started. Well, our goals for our paper, the main one was to understand the export promotion programs for women in services, like the She Trades one, which I will talk further in a couple of minutes. Then to understand the relationship between gender and trade in services, in particular, mainly from the women inclusions perspective. Then identifying where women employment in the service sector specifically is mostly concentrated in, and understand these positions or provisions in preferential trade agreements, and hopefully about gender and services specifically. And we would like to derive some recommendation for future policies maybe in the future. How did we do this? We first reviewed different data about women employment, worldwide data, and then for the Chilean case, because I forgot to mention, our paper is for the Chilean case. Then we review the national initiatives, the programs that I've been telling you about, like the She Trades one, that have been emulating in Latin America and in Canada in particular. And we wanted to see if there was any service areas inside those programs. And then we reviewed the WTO database on gender provisions on regional trade agreements made by Lolita here. Then we saw if Chile participated in these provisions, in the service and gender specifically once again. And then we conducted some interview with experts from the public sector and academics on the matter. So as we all know, employment on the service area is highly feminine. In 2019, 59% of the employment on services were female workers. So if we count informal work, that count goes higher and higher. But regarding the internalization of service dedicated companies, we have a completely contrasting point of view to the employment, because even though export companies of services do employ mostly female workers, most firms are owned by men with an 88% male ownership of service sector exporting enterprises. So there is a big gap between the employment in the ownership. So in this context, our research contributes to the topic because service trades offers a big part of the world's GDP, as we all know, and it also offers big employment opportunities for women. And although this information is available for everyone, there are not policies made around this topic. So actually, it's really important to mention that, we started this paper really with a lot of hope. And then as we started to get into the service sector and the programs about it, we realized there's not much about it to not say anything. So I will talk to you a little bit about what we found, but it's very little. So first, I would like to talk about the export promotion programs in Latin America and Canada that I've been telling you about. They all emulate the well-known She Trades program from the International Trade Center that we've been talking about all these days. And then in Latin America in 2016, we got the first two, which was made by Chile, called Mujer Exporta, and from Brazil called Mulheres Não Exportação. I don't speak Portuguese, but I hope I didn't kill the language. So we analyzed other 8 programs, which are the ones you can see on the screen. I'm not going to mention them because of the time, but they all have really similar characteristics, which are providing support for women entrepreneurs to internationalize their companies, training for these women entrepreneurs on the international trade sector, and linking these companies with international companies or multinational companies so that the female-owned companies can be added to their supply chain. So we wanted to see really if any of these programs included a gender perspective, a service perspective to them. And after analyzing the 10 of them, most of them do not exclude service enterprises from the program, but they also don't have any area that is actually made for service trade. And as we all know, service trade has very specific characteristics that need to be taken account of when creating policies around the topic, specifically the modes of supply. So the only 2 countries that specifically said that service exporting enterprises could participate was the Chilean case and the Ecuador case, but they do not have any specific details about that. And there's only one that actually excludes service enterprises, which is the Costa Rica case, which actually specifies that it is only for manufacturing goods enterprises. So although all these programs have given visibility to women internationalization problems when it comes in the international arena, they're not oriented on services. So not much found there. Next up, we tried on gender and services in trade agreements on the database made by Lolita here. So in this, we can see that there are over 300 provisions and dispositions in trade agreements worldwide. And actually, Chile participates in over 70 of them. So we are a pioneer in the Latin American region and in the world about trade and gender topics and chapters and provisions in free trade agreements. But out of these 70, none of them mention service sector specifically, which is quite shocking considering it's 70 dispositions. And actually from the 300 dispositions, only 10 of them talk about service and gender, and most of them are extremely vague and general, as we've been talking about all these days in the Congress, such as respect for motherhood, equal wage, etc. But we believe there are 2 cases that we can mention that do a little bit more, but I wouldn't say they're really specific either. The first one is the one my partners were talking about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that in between their new protocols, there is a protocol about trading services specifically that has some gender provisions included in them. So that's one. And the other one is the free trade agreement between the UK, Northern Ireland, and Australia, that in its chapter 9, specifically about financial services, they specify as an emerging problem the necessity to make financial services an equal space for men and women. But as we can see, once again, they're really vague, and they were the 2 that we found that were the most important. So you can imagine the other 8. But one that I would like to mention especially is the Global Trade and Gender Arrangement made by the International Action Group, which is a group that was born from Chile, Canada, and New Zealand, and is now Mexico is also added to it. And they signed the Global Trade and Gender Agreement in 2020. And they have in the 4th chapter a specific section about trade and services and gender, which is a pioneer in the international arena. So even though it only has 2 articles in this section and it's very, very vague, it is really important that these topics are being put into consideration. And we would like to say that for service and gender specifically, we suggest 2 main options to include in free trade agreements, which are the ones we've been talking about, is have them in a chapter that covers this subject by the dispute settlement mechanism we talked about yesterday. And we saw that it's actually really difficult, but otherwise just to have it as a cooperation chapter. And the other option is to add gender and trade like articles inside other chapters, which in this case would be the trade and service chapters that almost all free trade agreements have. So now those were all of our findings in international policy. So very little. Now into the women participation in the labor force in the Chilean case. As the tendency goes worldwide, in 2019, 85% of the women who actively participated in the Chilean working labor participated specifically in the service sector, specifically in trade, teaching, domestic work, and social and health services. And actually, the Chilean rate has been higher and more steady than the one internationally about female employment on the service sector. In the year 2000, only 44% of female employment in the world was concentrated in the service sector. And by the same time, in Chile, 83% women were employed in this sector. So it was almost double the participation rate. And well, although Chile has big employment on the service sector, especially female, women-owned businesses about surrounding services only exploit 0.9% of exporting enterprises of services in Chile. So 99% of the exporting services came from male-owned companies. So you can see the huge difference between employment and exportation, actually. Now, I would like to talk about, before I finish, about the importance of gender in services for the recovery after the pandemic. So as I've said, female employment is highly concentrated in the service industry, and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, domestic work became very important. And actually in Chile, it is estimated that domestic job represents around $44 billion each year for the Chilean case, and women represent contribute 67% of these values. So the pandemic helped us see the importance of domestic work. And not only that, but ECLAG tells that the pandemic in Latin America, it represented an 18-year-old regression when it comes to women participation in the labor force. When in 2019, the female participation rate was 52%, dropping to 46% by 2020 in only a year. So the pandemic also allowed us to measure through data where women are most participating, and one of them is healthcare services, as we all well know, which became even more fundamental during 2020 and 2021. And the data also shows that women work in more vulnerable jobs, which made the female unemployment rate way higher than the male one in the same year. So although the pandemic represented a big recess on many aspects, it actually helps us see the importance of the service sector and the importance of the employment, female employment in the service sector. So I hope it at least helps us with opening doors for the subject that I'm talking about currently. Lastly, I would like to give my conclusions. We know that service is the most growing sector during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we believe policies directed to improve women participation in services are key for developing countries, since it's the sector of economy where most women are employed in. So Chile is implementing a feminist foreign policy and has some programs such as Mujer Exporta and different dispositions in trade agreements that I already mentioned, but there's very little data that shows the impact that these have had, and there's no provisions specifically on services. So Chile should orient more public policies to enhance the service sector in which women could be included and diminish their gap with men when it comes to exporting firms mostly. So the strategies that we think could be useful for Chile and for the world actually should include financing, training, and government support to create an ecosystem that allows women to export their service businesses, no matter the size of the enterprise, because it is proven that women own mostly small enterprises in the service sector. So it's important that the policies are also oriented on that size of businesses specifically. So I really hope at least one of you puts attention up, I mean, the policymakers hear the importance of service and gender, and that we can do something about it nationally in Chile and hopefully in international trade. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Antonietta. I mean, to be on stage at the WTO at the age of 20 plus 1 day, I'm very impressed. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
You know, I was nowhere near your talent when I was just that age. Years to go still. Fantastic. Thank you so much. But I would still, as a member of the advisory board of Journal, say revise and resubmit. Because there are two aspects of your analysis that I think warrant closer scrutiny. One is to really show greater deference to how services trade differs across modes of supply, and what is the female intensity of trade across different modes. You will find some very interesting stories there. Even if data is limited, you can still find data nationally on the composition of the labor market, of the labor force in specific sectors that are more prone to different modes of supply. And then secondly, to think harder about the sector-specific implications of gender. And I tend to think that when you actually weave into your story a sectoral perspective, I'm tempted to conclude that trade agreements play a very limited role, actually, and trade policy plays a very limited role in shifting the goalposts in services. And I say that if you just think hard for a second, and I can think of a number of reasons why I come to this conclusion. One is that a lot of services in which women are heavily employed are non-traded, simply non-traded, and that is social services, public services, health, education, very limited trade. I mean, there is a component of trade that is internationalized in education, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a small slither. So women are very present in those markets. Secondly, women are heavily employed in sectors that are either weakly traded or subject to very few commitments in trade agreements. Sectors we don't want to go near. Audiovisual services, big hang up for a lot of countries, including my own Canada. Education, trade unions in education are not very keen on opening up that sector. The health sector, the medical profession is typically very, very nervous when we talk about opening up the floodgates of trade in healthcare professionals and so on. So that's another reason why trade and trade policy and trade agreements, in my view, have less of an influence than simply the process of structural change that makes societies more service-centric. And that structural change actually heightens the possibility of trade and investment, but it's not driven by trade agreements. A third reason to be a bit pessimistic about the impact of trade agreements on services trade is political economy. Who wants to negotiate on mode 4? You know, we love mode 3, we love foreign capital, but we hate foreigners. You know, we don't like foreigners. Hey, they disrupt our labor market. So yeah, and that is very visibly present in the nature of commitments between modes of supply. Almost no commitments on mode 4, and liberalizing mode 4 in the WTO is almost impossible because no one wants to do it on an MFN basis. You may have preferences for workers and people from some countries towards which you have cultural affinities, others not. So mode 4 tends to be negotiated either outside of trade completely in labor market agreements, or to some degree, but still very limited in preferential trade agreements, but not in this city. And then I would add that, you know, there are some trade and services that are driven by non-economic factors or factors on which trade policy exerts no influence. What is the impact of trade policy on tourism? No. Zero. quite honestly, almost zero. First of all, the principal mode of transport for tourism, which is aviation, is excluded from trade agreements and services. And then, you know, people don't travel because there are commitments in a schedule of commitments. They travel because there's culture, there's history, there's patrimony, there's beaches, there's sunshine, there's snow, you know, whatever. Trade has no impact on the leading industry of the world, which is the travel and tourism industry. Trade policy, not in trade agreements. Or it's a sector that is subject to almost no restrictions. Who wants to restrict tourists? Maybe North Korea. But apart from, and even North Korea doesn't actually, if you can actually go there as a tourist, they're keen to get more foreign exchange. So there are multiple reasons to think that the story on services is not really a story of trade policy or trade agreements, but basically domestic policy that are going to contribute to advancing women's needs, addressing issues of social protection, addressing issues of harassment in the workplace, achieving non-discrimination in the workplace, wage parity, and so on. Those are not things that you're going to negotiate in trade agreements, even though there are provisions here and there that try to address some of these issues, but they are deeply embedded in domestic politics. And so I think it's important to just, not be theological in believing that trade agreements and services are going to be the end all and provide the solution to women's economic empowerment. I think there you have to be, again, very humble and limited in your conclusions. So it's not surprising that you didn't find much. And one last point, countries struggle in designing trade promotion activities for services, regardless of gender or non-gender. Countries don't know how to promote. We know how to promote goods, but we have never, I don't know of a single country, Chile perhaps is the one that comes closest to really doing a good job in targeting the needs of companies that export intangible services as opposed to tangible goods. And so there's a whole process of rethinking. Even the ITC devotes very little attention to the distinction between trade promotion and goods and services, and there is no toolkit for how to really help countries increase their services exports relative to goods. So there are very good reasons for the conclusions that you come to. But I would just encourage you to deepen your analysis on modes and sectors, and I think you would have a very strong paper in so doing. Okay, 10 minutes left for Q&A. I'm not going to say anything more. I've spoken too much, although I love the sound of my voice. No. Please, any questions you have, just introduce yourself and tell us who you're directing the question to. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Edme Dominguez, and I am part of the group of White Plus here at the conference. And I have just one observation. Well, I have two, but one of the observations is regarding the work on this negotiation, the Amrita's paper regarding this experience in proceedings on negotiations and agreements, because you are working with entrepreneurs, etc. But we are speaking about, in many cases, the global South, even Mexico, where you are. And here, my comment is that you have a large part of the economy, which is informal work. How do you integrate informal workers and some of them are also dealing with export, but they are informal workers. They will not get into this kind of the door next to the negotiations. So that is, and we are speaking of sometimes more than half of the economy of these all sectors in the economy. And the other observation was the chair's last comment regarding services have nothing to do with export or trade. I don't agree. I think there are many things. Well, I think there are many things, even in tourism, that have to do with trade, and that's very discussable around that. Your observation on this. Thank you.
I think the important distinction is the impact that trade agreements have on
And I think
towards
the impact of trade agreements has also to do with services.
well, we agree to disagree.
Let's take a few more questions. And then
Thanks. I was very interested by the presentation of these papers as well, and I wanted to pick up on the last point and your comment, Pierre, which I think is quite provocative, about whether trade agreements relating to services impact actual trade. And I would say that I agree. I think it definitely does, even if we take the case of tourism. But I think more importantly, and if we're thinking about the gendered impacts, I would say that trade policy impacts the impact of the actual trade. And so, for instance, so I come to this from the first point. The comment on the paper is that often, if we want to look at the impact of services trade, I find that the place not to look is not in the text of the agreement, but in the schedules. And I worked on the OECD, did a trade and gender review for New Zealand, and so I went through many of New Zealand's trade agreements on that, and I found PESA Plus very interesting, because there, if you look through the schedules, there are all sorts of carve-outs from liberalization which don't specifically mention women, but you could imagine, for instance, for handicrafts, or that joint ventures in certain sectors, coconut oil manufacturing, for instance, that investment in certain manufacturing sectors where one could imagine women are very present has to be in a joint venture, for instance. So I think, that's why I'd say that trade agreements, trade and services agreements can really impact the social outcomes, the economic outcomes, and particularly the gendered outcomes, if countries can be attentive to the broader, social policy outcomes through, being very careful in the carve-outs in the service sectors. So that was my point on that. So looking at the schedules and how would one recommend to governments negotiating new services trade agreements to think about their schedules in such a way as that they can guarantee some perhaps some minimum standards that or protections for women, whether those women export or not.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for a fantastic panel. I'm Emily Tustrup. I'm with the Trade Experts. I did my PhD on trade and services, and I am I'm just terribly happy that we're having this discussion on trade and services and in gender. We need to discuss trade and services to a much larger extent. So it makes me very, very happy. Antonietta, congratulations on your paper. I think it's really great, and I'd be looking forward to reading it. As for the discussion on trade and services, I would direct everyone's attention to the JSI on services DR that was concluded last year. It includes a provision on gender equality. I did quite a bit of research on it, and I've been following those negotiations for many years, ever since they were actually formed part of TISA, and I would love to continue that discussion. But maybe it would be a source of inspiration, the services DR.
Hola, en español voy a hablar. Vladimir Pimentel, de la República Dominicana, de la Agencia de Promoción de Exportación e Inversión. Y es básicamente en la parte de negociación y el capacity building. Una de las cuestiones que se da en República Dominicana en el diálogo público-privado que se mencionaba es que el abordaje del tema de género se hace desde la victimización y más un abordaje defensivo y no desde la perspectiva de las potencialidades de la mujer en exportación, en el caso específico. ¿Cuál es el potencial? ¿Cuáles son las oportunidades? ¿Cuáles son los sectores donde más mujeres tenemos exportando? ¿Hacia cuáles mercados? dónde tenemos que negociar mejores tarifas o reducir las barreras con quien estamos negociando. Creo que es una de las limitaciones que se da en Dominicana y que sé que se da en otros países. Y un comentario que tiene que ver con la parte de exportación de servicios. Nosotros sí sabemos cómo promover, porque tenemos las herramientas y los métodos, al igual que como promovemos bienes, pero no sabemos a quién promover o hacia dónde promover por la intangibilidad. Yo creo que ese es el principal tema y no estoy reduciendo a un tema de estadísticas solamente, sino a la identificación y la claridad del el sector servicios en general. Y algo interesante es que sabemos que va creciendo, cada vez es más importante, pero todavía seguimos teniendo debilidades y es un reto que tenemos en nuestra agencia. Hay una estrategia nacional de exportación de servicios, se ha creado una unidad de promoción de servicios de exportación, hay una persona que se está especializando, pero todavía no sabemos quién ni hacia dónde.
Muchísimas gracias. Okay, 6:14. So we have a few minutes left. 1 minute left? One minute left? Okay, what I would like to do is give each of you the floor for 1 minute and just offer any concluding thought that you have, having listened to all of these presentations and some of the questions, most of which were directed to the services presentation, but still, I'm curious to hear your views. I would ask Nadia maybe to just reflect on the comment I made about the extent to which you think it's feasible to adapt the PXA to beyond entrepreneurs. And I would ask Gia and Dewey perhaps to reflect on what they view as perhaps the most important improvements that they would like to see made to the process of stakeholder consultations relating to women's rights in the EU. What are some of the gaps that you still see as needing to be addressed? And you are not short of questions to answer, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks. I think generally the questions were around the same kind of topic of how to make the dialogue inclusive and can we adapt it for different groups. So I think we did do it with the intention for the African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade, which is focused on women in entrepreneurial roles. But for instance, we had cross-border traders associations there, which often represent small-scale traders, often informal. So I would say that's one way we were able to get it. I think the general challenge here is finding private sector associations or other groups that are representative of different roles that women are playing that are still able to have the dialogue at the level of policy. And one thing I didn't mention is that we made a concerted effort to find those leaders who have representation in some way of they represent a group, but then so are previously capacitated or have previous understanding of the trade agreement, and so that they're able to have that policy dialogue. And of course, we can bridge the capacity gap. So I would say we can adapt it, but we would need to look at the capacity building component again. There are some areas we could look at, the labor unions, as you said. We could look at those industries that are heavily represented in special economic zones or export processing zones. We did have private sector representation there broadly, not just from women associations, but from other private sector alliances that represent various sectors where women might be operating in employee roles. We did not look at the consumer aspect, and I think we might have to go back and see if it's possible to adapt a framework like this to that, or whether there needs to be another type of effort to look at women outside the economic roles. But it's interesting reflection. Thank you for the comments.
Thank you, Pierre. Yeah, actually, one of the sources you quoted in your article, together with Amrita, was about CSOs, what they could bring to the WTO. And that's also kind of what they could bring to the EU is, and this article said that if the WTO would structure in another way their civil society engagement, it might help broaden the discussion and bring in really new topics, specifically all the relations between trade, gender, human rights. You know, we were talking about COVID earlier today. So this is really what civil society can bring to the table, and especially also the voices of marginalized groups, so groups that are not often heard. And I was really triggered by your contribution on TISA, because that was also the time that I was getting involved in gender and trade work. And at that time, there was already really a vast amount of research done by feminist economics and civil society groups from women's rights international coalitions on gender and trade. So I think there is already a lot of expertise, and maybe it's not always in similar kind of ways of thinking, but I think to broaden the discussions is really a journey that could be really interesting and very exciting to take, to really include more diverse perspectives. And that's what I would recommend the EU, and that is what I would recommend the WTO. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your reflections. And just, I think my recommendations would be in line, of course, with what Gea just mentioned, but maybe just a short disclaimer on the point you made on the tokenism part. I think in this paper, this is a theoretical categorization, and I think it requires to be more nuanced if you want to translate that to recommendations. And then I would say that citizen power, as you referred to, is the ability to influence policies that impact people's lives, so to say. So that's slightly more nuanced. And then lastly, to answer your question and to add to what Gea said, I think one of the major gaps is the reach. How do we reach the women that we want to consult or to feedback to? And I think effort should be paid to that in different moments of time. So not just at the evaluation stage.
Well,
yeah, more than answering, I would like to thank the questions and the interest in the research that we've done, and regarding the discussion that you guys were having about whether services are can be more inclusive if we add them in trade agreements. I think what you've said is really important, that trade policy impacts the impact of the trade agreement itself. If we maybe practically they won't have a big impact, but mainstreaming these issues through paper makes people think about this subject, because I don't think many of you guys have thought about what I just said from the discussions we had yesterday and today. So I think adding them in trade agreements as short provisions can just maybe light up a bulb in someone's head to think about what we can do. And yeah, and both of the women who asked, I would love to, what you guys just told me, just so that I can write it down so that I can further research it. I'll be really interested. Y ahora en español, en el caso de la República Dominicana, ayer de hecho agarré el papel que tienen acá afuera y que ahora tienen un programa como She Trades, que se llama She Exports, creo, que incluye de hecho entre sus menciones empresas de servicios, así que definitivamente voy a estar más atenta a sus políticas en específico, pero me fijé que She Exports se lanzó ahora en noviembre del 2022, así que no tuve mucho tiempo de buscarlo antes, pero definitivamente muchas gracias, y voy a estar prestando atención porque veo el impulso que tienen de avanzar en comercio de servicios específicamente. So, thank you very much, everyone.
Sorry. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Amrita, wish you were here with us, but I know you're in Mexico for a good reason. Best of luck as the last stretch of your pregnancy. Same for you. Please join me in thanking the panel and congratulating the panel for a very interesting debate. And I hope it lays the basis for continued dialogue. We're going to be here for the rest of the conference, and so please don't hesitate to reach out to pursue the discussion, including on why tourism is driven or not by trade agreements. Yeah. I'm happy to debate this ad nauseum. So thank you so much.